Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome. Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
You know when he's Mr. Tough Guy when he's standing behind the microphone.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it, come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
How are you? Hi. Friends and neighbors and whatever. Let's see what happens, shall we? My name is Alan Cox. Thank you for showing up. If you did, say hi to Bill Squire, who is right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Mary Santora is here, too.
Hi, guys. No babies.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Poundcake is at home.
Happy Friday, white people.
It is Friday.
We're white.
And we are white, to the best of my knowledge. We're small, we're white, and we're ready to fight. Why not? The latest Poundcake and Poundcake podcast, by the way, are up there for you at AlanCoxShow.com. His thought on the Grammy snubs. Kind of a circuitous way.
My conspiracy theory behind it.
Say again?
My conspiracy theory behind it.
Conspiracy theory behind it, right. You've got more of a grassy knoll vibe on the Grammy snubs.
He is familiar with second shooters.
But also, aren't snubs all just subjective? When they go, so-and-so got snubbed. Isn't that just because you thought that they should have been nominated for something and they didn't?
Mm-hmm.
Like when they do
part of my article.
What's that?
That's all a part of my article.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. Yeah, like I said yesterday, he's not talking about who he thought should have been nominated or anything like that. He's got a whole theory on why it's happening.
Yeah, I understand that. I don't mean him. I just mean kind of in general. When there are people who's, you're kicking out a Poundcake, but there are people whose like jobs are critics, which I don't know how you get those jobs. I don't know how you maintain those jobs. I don't even know if those are as important as they used to be.
It really is quite odd, though, because you can have the #1 album in the country, but then it still won't be like musical excellence, like Grammy-worthy. So, I mean, what do you define musical excellence when you have like the #1 song or the #1 album in the country?
Yeah, but the most successful people aren't always the most talented. So if they have like a panel of people...
And vice versa.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. So if they have a panel of people analyzing the music itself, just because somebody put out a killer song that a lot of people like doesn't mean that it's the best written song of that year.
And I assume that all these nominating committees, Grammys, for any artistic endeavor, your nominating committee, there's some like political thing to it too. It's like, well, we got this guy. This guy won 2 years ago, so we can't nominate him again.
Right.
Because you can tell who the really talented people are, and if it were democratic like that, those people, you'd have the same people every year. So you got to mix it up a little.
Disagree with both you guys. The best people always win, and the most talented person always wins everything. And
Okay.
that's how it goes.
All right.
That's why we have awards, right?
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
So that we can consistently
know who's the best and who's
regularly.
on top.
I see. And so what you're saying
and
is...
there's no arguing with it either because they're experts at it.
Well, tell Poundcake that.
Yeah.
But in that scenario, that would mean that it's a way to keep other people motivated.
Sure.
Hey, are you tired of Drake winning all of these awards? Why don't you step up?
Do something better.
Do something better.
If you can somehow make music that's better than the music Drake makes.
Now you're being silly.
A lot of people like that guy.
I guess.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's been proven.
He's won Grammys. He's
the
best.
I guess. Yeah. He's got a giant house. He's selling candles that smell like him. That's how you know you've made it. When people go, listen, I'm never going to meet this guy. You know, he's on my wife's hall pass list or whatever, or my husband's hall pass list. And closest we're ever going to get is if we get a candle that smells like this guy. Maybe there's an opening there for a Mary Santora line of scented candles.
Oh, yes.
Mary Santora.
Ooh, mostly ham.
I mean, put it out there.
That's what it is.
Who's this? Hello?
Hey, Alan.
Hi, who's this?
It's Tibbs. How you doing, buddy?
Oh,
Tibbs. Are you back at work? You haven't regressed back into COVID land, have you?
No. I took today off. It's my birthday, man.
Oh,
happy birthday. You made it.
Tibbs, you made it.
Yeah, I was listening to the podcast and I heard somebody asking about me. I just, you have the greatest listeners in the world, dude, just so you know that. So I'm doing good.
Oh, I know.
Good.
So what are you doing on your day off / birthday? How old are you?
I just turned 49.
49. Okay, so you're about my age. What are you going to do today?
Nothing.
Nothing. Beautiful.
No.
Not going to go anywhere. Not going to see anybody.
Nope. I don't want nothing to do with it, man. I live in Lake County and we are in the purple, so I'm not going anywhere unless I have to.
Even in pre-COVID times, that is the best birthday. Just to not do anything.
Yeah.
Just sit around.
Stare at the wall. It's great. Maybe eat some
nice
ice cream.
Quiet. PS4. Call it a day.
Now, what are you playing?
GTA 5.
Okay. It's got a lot of salty language in there, yeah?
Well, yeah, especially when you play it online with other people, yeah.
With 12-year-olds. Yeah, calling you the N-word. Yeah, that's a good time. That's a way to spend your birthday. You're like, hey, I got a death threat from a 14-year-old. It was a big day, a lot of fun. I made it to 49. Let's see if you can, kid.
I survived COVID. I could survive them little pricks. So.
Of course, yes. All right, well, happy birthday, Tibbs. Glad you're doing well.
Thanks, brother. Love you guys.
All right, there you too. Love you too. There's Tibbs, who had a real tough run with the coronavirus over the course of a few weeks, but now he's hale and hearty, and I'm sure other words that start with H. Good for him. We've got 9 shows remaining, by the way.
In this year.
We'll
be back in 2021.
We'll do, as far as I know,
as far as we know.
That's the plan.
Yes.
But, plans can change. But we've got today, we've got 5 shows next week, and then we've got 3 after that. So including today, we're down to 9 shows. Alan, I heard that Amanda Hugginkiss has signed your petition as well. Well, it's not
I need to check that.
It's not my petition. It's not Bill's petition. Although Bill is really the one, I got to say, he has really become a martyr for the cause, because even though it's not his petition, boy, he has been the sounding board for all of the people who are displeased and upset by this.
It's almost 200 signatures.
You've taken the brunt of the criticism on this, even though you had nothing to do with it.
I just support it.
Sure. Someone else took your idea and made it into a concrete thing.
Right. And they want, if you don't know, this guy, Frank Farnswater, who's just a regular guy that's not even a Browns fan or from Cleveland. He's from Wyoming or Idaho. Yeah, Idaho. So he made this petition, and it's to have the Steelers and Ravens banished into Jumanji by The Rock. And it makes a lot of sense, and it's because they've done terrible things. People have stubbed their toes at their stadium. They talk on their cell phones in public using speakerphone. What else do you need to know? Oh, a lady got hit with the pointy part of a football.
Yeah.
And now she can't wear a white wedding dress.
Well, the white wedding. This is where too much information can get you in trouble, because somebody could easily come back and go, hey, I stubbed my toe at First Energy Stadium. And you don't see me going off on
not these kind of numbers. There's 12 people that have done it. That's a lot.
Okay.
There's never anything crazy at Brown Stadium. There's no possums that get loose. There's no dollar beer nights or anything.
And possums live outside, and the stadium's outside. I don't think it's really loose. It's just visiting.
The stadium has infringed on their territory, all right?
Right.
Not the other way around. We paved over Paradise, put up a parking lot.
First Energy Stadium and Possum Preserve.
Yes.
Well, we got all that one tonight, Frank. We're live as the Browns take out the Pittsburgh Steelers here at First Energy Stadium at Possum Preserve.
They're not playing Possum tonight.
They are not, boy. They're lying down like they don't want anybody to know. Sarah texted me. Her husband, Mike Rochgoblin, has checked in on the petition as well. So everyone who is getting involved,
goblins, no.
Goblins, no. Goblins, no. That is the kind of customer engagement that we love to see, to use a buzzword of the moment. Let me take a break. If you want to get a text in, 35192. If you want to join us on the phone, 216-578-1007. 800-348-1007, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeart.
radio station.
Available everywhere with our free iHeartRadio app. Now #1 for podcasting.
QAnon is currently the world's largest online political conspiracy theory movement in the world. Hundreds of thousands of people believe in this, and we're trying to find out who's behind it all. I'm Jake Hanrahan. Join me for my new podcast, Q Clearance, on iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio is #1 for podcasts, but don't take our word for it. Find Q Clearance on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The Alan Cox Show is back.
Hi, we're back.
Ask Alexa. Ask Google Home. Hell, you can even ask Alan.
I could probably get you some information over here.
Whatever smart device you have, just tell it to play The Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Two 216-578-1007 if you want to bring us up. 800-348-1007. You okay?
I'm fine.
Fumbleina over there?
Yeah, just so clumsy.
35192. Get a text into me if you listen to the show on iHeartRadio. Tell me where you do that if it's outside Ohio. Colleen is a new bureau chief in Kalamazoo, Michigan. Wendy's in Covina, California. Todd's in Phoenix. Jared listens in Dayton. And Holly is one of our bureau chiefs in Dallas, in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. It's called the Metroplex. And I know that we have some people in Dallas proper. I know we've got bureau chiefs in Fort Worth, and then people all throughout kind of the suburban areas there. And you'd be well served to know that they are opening a tickle bar in Dallas. FYI.
Oh, what?
I'll repeat myself.
It's exactly what it sounds like.
A tickle bar. And they assure us it's not a front for prostitution.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, for a while, there were people trying to get, like, pre-COVID, they were trying to get snuggle studios open.
Professional cuddling.
Right. That was a thing. It probably still is. Probably will be again after the sickness is over.
My girlfriend jokingly told me that she was a professional cuddler early on when we, were hanging out. And I didn't know she was joking. And then, a year later, I brought it up, and I was like, so you really did that? And she's like, I was joking. I'm like, this whole time thought that you actually had cuddle clients from the past.
Were you judging her every time you guys would spoon? You'd be like, this bitch is a professional?
No, I was just like, okay, people do what they do. They got a past. I'm not going to judge her in that way. Her abilities.
Her cuddling abilities.
I'm like, she's very good at cuddling. So I was, for a while, I thought she was actually into that. And she was doing it, and when she found out that I thought it was real, she laughed for a good 5 minutes.
But in that initial conversation, you didn't follow up with anything? She just let you
I asked a bunch of questions, and she answered them all.
Oh, I see.
Very quickly.
She committed to the bit.
Yeah, she was very committed to the bit and was sold. It sold me on the whole thing. I was like, okay, I guess that's something that you did. All right.
Well, I assume that they've taken a hit in coronavirus times. I always thought the whole thing was hinky. I mean, for people, again, listen, you never want to underestimate the negative consequences of loneliness. That's what leads to a lot of people getting angry and, being alone is not good for a lot of people. Mm-hmm. And so that's where your cuddling audience comes from. But I was like, every time I'd read a story about these kinds of places, it'd always be some hippie chick that was like, the body needs contact, and it's...
But there's some truth to that.
I'm not saying it's not true, but to open a place where you're going to have all manner of weirdos coming to get hugged by you, and then
But you're helping people.
Guys. And so every day these women doing this are going to have to go, that's not what this place is, because they're going to get cuddled, and then some guy's going to reach over and they're going to be like, that's not what this is.
You can't even open a haircut place like the ones that are like, hey, this is a place for men where hot girls cut your hair. Guys go in there like, this is like a strip club haircutting place, right? You pull your jugs out and I get to touch you, and they're like, no, we're just girls that cut your hair. I know a few girls that have worked at places like that where they get these crazy stories of guys coming in thinking it's going to be like a strip club experience.
Not only that,
Just a haircut place.
it doesn't have to be that. Even in a regular haircut place.
Yeah.
When she's leaning over shampooing your hair, boobs on my ear. Well, I'm not going to motorboat with my ear. But, you know, you're going to get some...
It shows her you're a good listener.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Hello, who's this?
Alan, what's
Yes.
up? It's Aaron in Fredericksburg, VA.
Hey, what's going on?
So I got to when you mentioned about tickling earlier, I've got a little story from Grindr of all places.
Yeah.
So I'm by. I kind of like going on Grindr and getting some dudes, but this guy messaged me was like, "Do you like being tickled?" Apparently that's a fetish thing on Grindr, and this guy wanted to tickle me and also wanted to party, which in Grindr terms, he wanted me to smoke some meth.
Yeah.
Getting tickled and smoking meth. I was freaking baffled, man. I did not think that was a thing.
Well, I think if you're a tweaker, you're probably open for anything. But also, they do seem to be opposite ends of the intensity spectrum.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I like tickling and meth. Like, wow, when you party, you party.
So how was it?
Oh, no, I blocked him after he said that.
Oh.
Because the hardest thing, I mean, I smoke weed, but I'm not going to have some guy frickin' tickle me and want me to smoke a frickin' meth pipe. Sorry, I'm trying not to.
I understand. I appreciate that. Let me ask you this. Was it dealer's choice as to whether or not you smoked the meth before or after the tickling, or was the tickling the aperitif?
That was all mandatory. When he mentioned that, and I asked, "What do you mean by party?" I'm like, I like to have a few beers, smoke a little weed. But when he said meth, I was like, no, you're getting blocked. Goodbye, mofo.
Aaron, have you ever seen the documentary Tickled?
No,
It's
I've never even heard of it.
creepy.
It's very creepy. It's about a guy, or like there's like professional tickling leagues. It's like this underground weird thing where it's people getting paid, like young college kids that need money are getting paid to like tie each other down and tickle each other, and it gets weirder. It's very interesting.
It gets dark
Yeah.
when you least expect it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it on Netflix? Also, speaking of Netflix, you can find Flicks and Bill on iHeartRadio and many other fine podcasts.
Hey, look at this guy.
Third place. I don't know where it's at. It might be on Netflix.
All right.
It's been.
Have a good one, y'all.
Yeah, just search Tickled.
Hell yeah.
You'll
Later,
find.
boys.
All right. Thank you, brother.
Later.
All right. There, he's down in Fredericksburg, Virginia, right there on the beautiful Rappahannock River. And checking in. Little tickling, a little meth. I don't see the problem there.
It's available on Tubi,
Yep.
Vudu,
Yep.
Hulu, if you have a premium subscription.
You sound like dwarves.
Amazon Prime Video, I think, has it too. So
Don't they?
it's out there.
Tubi is that streaming service for all those Shakespearean movies.
Tubi voodoo.
Or not
Hulu.
Tubi. Right. So, okay, there you go. Tickling. Anyway, I started this. This woman is opening a tickling bar in Dallas, and you pay $40 or more, and you have someone tickle you.
I think everybody is feeling through this sense of isolation, this lack of touch and togetherness, of not being able to hug our friends. I know it does sound absolutely crazy. It's those feelings and sensations that do bring us quite quickly to a sense of really bliss and relaxation.
Yeah, I wouldn't be in a state of I hate being tickled. And my wife knows this, and my daughter knows this, and so if they sneak up on me and start to tickle me,
You get angry?
no, I don't want to be that guy. Because, you know, you don't want to... People tickle because it's supposed to be fun, right?
Yeah,
it's supposed to be a
cute
nice
and
thing and cute.
flirty
Right.
and- yeah.
I don't like it at all. So I don't want to be crotchety about it, but also it's... Because it's a complete lack of control.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Just is. I mean, it's involuntary. You can't, you know. And there's an element of it, too, that reminds me of when I was a kid and was getting beat up a lot. Because when somebody really wants to tickle you, they get on top of you.
Yeah.
And so I have a visceral reaction to that. I don't care for that at all.
I'm not super
So,
ticklish to begin
I've only
with.
punched my wife twice in the face accidentally from her tickling me.
Little elbow action.
Yeah, it's just a
You made
reflex. It's
me.
muscle memory.
You knew.
Look what you made me do. So I don't like. There's no way I would pay I wouldn't pay one thin guilder for somebody to tickle me.
My ex-wife used to do a thing where when I would yawn or something, she would stick her finger in my mouth and go "Bizzit," and I hated it so much. And I'd like made it known. I'm like,
I would drive me crazy.
I'm like, you can't do that to me again because it literally makes me want to punch you in the face. And she's like, but it's funny to me. I'm like, no, you are like, I don't want you to do this again. And she would do like I had to like. In therapy, I'm like, she won't listen to me when I tell her that this is not funny to me and that it makes me want to physically harm her. And the therapist is like, and how do you respond to this? And she's like, but it makes me laugh. And I'm like, but you understand that I'm like, it makes me never want to talk to you again. And she's like, boo-hoo. And that's one of those things where like I'm worked up thinking about it right now.
I see that.
Yeah.
My wife hates it when I pet her. And I know that she hates this. Like if I do the old, it's okay, and I'll like lightly do, she's like, you know. But
There's
it's one
like
of those
degrees
things
of it too. Like
well,
there's things that I hate that like
I don't do it because I know she doesn't like it. Like if somebody says I really don't like that, I go, okay, well if it's not fun for you, well how is it going to be fun for me?
Right.
You know?
Like there's little things that I do to tease my girlfriend and she does to tease me that are cute and fun and it's more playful. But when it's not playful, that's when it's like you got to cut that out because I will just never talk to you again and throw all your stuff in the fire. The fire.
In the fire.
My ex and I had that same talk because anytime he would yawn, I would stick my finger in his mouth, and I thought it was
what kind of person
hilarious.
are you?
I thought it was so funny.
disgusting.
I don't know why. How is it any more disgusting than the stuff you're doing with your mouth during sex?
It's just
it's not the point.
Okay.
It's completely
But
out of it's in a different context.
I'm saying you can't say one thing is gross and then put your tongue in there.
You can because it's context. It's contextual.
It's not any different or any less
well,
gross.
even if it's disgusting,
I refuse for you to say that.
It's not even just that it's disgusting. It's just I hate it.
I understand where you're coming from, but he had to have that exact same conversation with me because I would crack myself up.
Here's why it drives people nuts. Because it's not consensual.
No, I get it. I get why it's
consensual,
aggravating. I
right?
totally understand.
If I'm tossing your salad and you're not telling me to stop,
but don't say it's
I'm going to finish the salad. Well, it can all be disgusting.
Yeah.
But in some contexts, you're down for the brown, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the one thing you're talking about, I would go bananas if somebody put their finger in my mouth.
Yeah, we had to have a conversation about
yes.
that.
I would bite it off.
Like it was severe. Like it was something that she'd be like, oh, you're just being bull. And I'm like, no, just stop doing it. And like, there's things that she didn't like that I would do that then I'm like, okay, I will. I'm like, you know how this is making you feel right now? And you asked me to stop doing that. It's the same thing when you she called it "bizzit," and I'm like, you have to stop doing it. And she would not stop doing it.
Well, let me ask you this. It would take me, somebody would do that to me once and I'd start covering my mouth when I yawned. So you just would.
Yeah, but like, not every time. They're gonna get you off guard.
Yeah.
Or they're waiting for it.
I mean, not if I hate something so much that I know they do it all the time. My thought would just be like, I wouldn't be able to enjoy something if I knew someone else hated it. Like, where's the fun in that?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they're not mildly annoyed. They hate it. Like with a white hot fury.
Yeah.
That's not funny to me anymore.
Yeah.
It's not fun for me to piss off. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like me giving examples of things that I would do that would make her upset, and her just like she's like, oh, it's not the same. I'm like, it's exactly the same. And you are just disregarding any like feelings that I have about the situation.
So let me get this straight, Bill. You didn't like having to tell your wife something multiple times, and she continued to do it even after you said you didn't like it?
Here we go.
Yes, for 9 years, and then we barely talk now. So
here we go. Interesting.
Wish I could get pissed off at something my ex did, but
you can't because you haven't had any.
He's had two.
So what did they do that pissed you off? They were just so nice and sweet.
Yeah, and I just got tired of that. A month and 2 months.
I can't handle when
nice
people are
and too
nice
sweet.
to me.
God, why can't they do something that I hate so then I'll have a reason to not like them anymore? Hello, who's this?
Neil in Akron.
Hey, Neil, what's up?
I'm just curious with all this crazy talk. Have any of you guys ever heard of something called the munch?
No.
Well, tread lightly. And
well, no, it's I will. I've never actually been to one myself, but a friend of mine told me about it. It's apparently like a fetish club,
yeah,
if you want to call it. These people meet, I guess regularly, and they designate a house, and they all get together and do candle wax and yada yada yada. You know what I mean?
Oh, the munch.
Yeah.
Huh.
Have any of you ever heard of that?
No.
Never heard of the munch.
No. Do they have posters of that painting The Scream?
I don't know. I've never been to it. I've heard a lot about it, but I don't know. I guess it's airing it now, but it's like on the down low apparently. But I guess it's all legal, and it's just all different sorts of fetishes and open-minded community.
It's kind of like a whatever goes. Like, hey, you're into weird stuff. We're all into weird stuff. Come here.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. I like shoelaces. You like shoelaces? I like shoelaces. Cool. Something like that.
Well, Wikipedia says it's a social gathering for people interested in BDSM.
Yeah.
And that somebody will just organize one, like in the basement of a local establishment or something.
That's
a munch.
About right.
All right.
Yeah.
Hey, munch etiquette for first timers. Hey, there's a helpful little list here.
You don't want to
Don't put fingers in people's mouth if they're not into it.
There you go. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Neil. I appreciate it.
You don't want to be the guy who shows up without a dish. You know what I mean?
A dish to pass.
I didn't know it was a potluck.
Guys, I worked all night on my famous 3-bean casserole.
Who made these cheesy potatoes?
Yum. You might say that the secret ingredient is salt. Keep in mind that different munches draw different peoples. Now, this is not to be confused with one Mark Munch Bishop, who is down the hall, tops in his field, one of the preeminent sports broadcasters in Northeast Ohio. I don't think that this has anything to do with him.
It's not his namesake?
I don't know what his personal predilections are, but the Munch, and they've got all kinds of helpful things. Wax Play 101, bondage for beginners.
Hey.
The Seated Sadist. See, the Seated Sadist is impact play for people with limited mobility. So even if you are paralyzed, but go, man, I still want to get whipped.
Yeah.
There really is something for everybody. Whatever you're into, you will find a like-minded community. The Seated Sadist.
Half of them still feels.
Yeah.
They want that half to be beaten.
That's right. I want you to whip me on my ankles and I won't feel a thing. Kinky dating 2.0. But they say this is a chance for you to get to know people in your community. Well,
that's
find
nice.
out who around you is into the munch.
You know what, though? Good for them.
Yeah. Something to think about.
For you to explore that part of your life.
Yeah. God bless people that are into all kinds of weird stuff. Because for me, I couldn't care less. Sex in general is so cool and great.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need all this other stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it would be nice to know that if I were into that and had limited mobility, that there would be somebody there that could take care of my needs.
So do you think these tickle bars are going to become a trend? Do you think this place in Dallas is going to be successful?
I feel
franchise it?
I feel like the cuddling thing kind of cratered, but that might just be a casualty of the coronavirus. I don't know.
What's it called? The name of the bar?
The name of the bar?
It was a fun tickle pun or no?
I don't know if she even mentioned
light as a feather or something.
Yeah.
like that.
It's called the Tickle Bar. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. She says she doesn't know if the idea is crazy or brilliant or a little bit of both. But it's this older lady who opened this up. And
I feel like now's not the time for it.
Yeah.
I feel like there's probably an audience for it eventually, but I don't think you're going to get a lot of patrons right now.
Well, I guess she's going to find out.
Picture like a creepy dude just like lurking. Like, I'm gonna get you. You know what I mean? With his little old fingers
just
and
uncle
Yeah.
vibes, bad uncle vibes.
The Seated Sadist, by the way, is an event which is coming up next Thursday.
Whoa.
Impact play for people with limited mobility. And you can buy tickets at Eventbrite. I think it might be in Canada. but look into that. I mean, you could bring it down here. The Canadian border is going to be closed to us for some time, at least tourism-wise. So we're not going to get a chance to get up there. But maybe somebody down here locally already does something like this. And if they do, it's worth looking into. Just because you were in an awful car crash doesn't mean that you still can't get what's coming to you. Alan, how long has Bill been for divorce? He's still complaining about his ex-wife.
It's just that one.
Well, it's a story.
thing.
I mean, it's a story. It's
I'm
something he didn't
complaining
like.
about an example that it ties into the conversation we have. I'm not
And
talking.
don't even act like people don't go through breakups and bitch about it years later.
Right, and it's
That
not like I'm coming in here. You're never gonna believe what you did today.
Oh, the old ex.
Let me
Bringing
ask
up
you
an
this.
example of something that we all do that with exes.
Let me ask you this. How large of a part was something like that when you guys were like, it's time to cut bait?
I mean, by the time that was probably, it was a small part of everything.
I see.
You know, it's all those little things that there are, and then there's, much bigger things as well. That wasn't the reason we got divorced. That was just one of the things that always bothered me.
I will say something else that the gals don't like, boy, when you're behind him and you give them the double fish hooks in the mouth. They do not care for that at all.
No, thank you.
You're facing that hotel mirror, and boy, it's not flattering.
No.
I've got the GoPro on my forehead. It's a whole thing.
Listen to Huey Lewis in the news.
That's right. I mean, I'm putting in all the work here. All right, let me take a break. If you want to get a text in, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live there. You can hit us up for something, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.
216-578-1007. 800-348-1007. You want to call us? Poundcake's at home, so you'll be talking directly to me. 35192, send me a text. You can always drop us a message on the after hours line. You can use it anytime you like. That is 216-986-8903.
I want to let you know, Alan, that when you say iHeartMedia and then you hit the bell, it has caused a Pavlovian response. And when you don't, on the rare occasion when you don't, I've noticed that my shoulder tries to touch my ear, and I twitch a little bit. So if you could not do that, that'd be great.
Twitch.
Hey, so guys.
So when I say iHeartRadio and I give it the ding, we'll get that written from people too. They'll send us anytime there's written communication, they'll put ding in parentheses.
Or on social media when they put a little bell next to it. I like that too, a little bell emoji.
But the shoulder thing, the shoulder twitch, I don't get. But everybody's got their own thing, right? But quite literally, that's to get you into that frame of mind. And why not?
It's programming.
Yeah, it is. Branding, baby. Sunday mornings, 8 to 10. Every weekend, you can wake up early. It's the Week in Cox. It is 2 hours, the best stuff from this week, right before your Browns game. We do some commercial-free MMS music, too, to kind of get you in tailgate mode before the Browns game, who are playing the Tennessee Titans this weekend. Is that correct? Or
Correct,
no?
yes.
Okay.
It's going to be a tough game.
It's a home game or an away game?
I believe it's a home game.
Okay. So 8 to 10 every Sunday. Bill and Mary, I assume, will be your hosts.
Hopefully. I mean, right now it looks like it's going to be Waz.
It's what?
It just somebody's in the studio, and I assume he'll be out of there before 8 a.m. on Sunday. But
don't we have a lot of studios? We've got this whole place to ourselves.
That's the studio that we are assigned to do it in.
Oh, really? There's one that you have to do it in?
I mean, it's just the one that I
thought you guys did it in here in Poundcake's room.
We used to, but then they changed the way that computer works, so we can't do it in there. So we just go to the Lake studio to do it. And
wow, really?
Yeah. I've done it in here too, but it's usually the Lake studio.
That's weird. Because you could do it from any studio.
I understand that, but I'll just use the one because there's other people using the other studios too.
Really?
People in GAR. There's probably not anybody in Magic, but I don't know.
No, but I mean,
I'll go to the one that I can use.
I mean, we've got this room.
Yeah.
We've got Poundcake's
I could have probably done it in here. I didn't even think of that.
We've got, I mean, the Kiss booth.
Oh, yeah, we can do it.
The Kiss producer.
We tried that.
What, the way?
The side studios doesn't work. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Because the computer has to be tied into the right account or something like that. So we'll just wait for him to be done, and then we'll, like I said, he'll be out of there by 8 a.m. on Sunday. Shouldn't be a problem
because it should not be. It should not be some crazy difficult task for you guys.
It's not. We just have to wait till it's open.
Okay.
It's painful.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Anyway,
hurts.
8 o'clock. Bill and Mary giving of themselves to get here nice and early on a Sunday. After Mary's shows, people are texting me asking if you're nervous.
I'm excited.
I think you said you were nervous.
I'm excited. I'm very excited for everything. I had my sister and I were talking this morning, and I had not a mental breakdown, but I did cry. No, I was just thinking it's the first time I've ever put any content really out there. Like, I don't have any albums or anything like that, and I feel like it's. And parents, please don't get mad at me about this, but I feel like it's like I'm sending my kid to school for the first time. Where it's like, I've been working on this for 9 years. I've been honing jokes and working on my craft and trying to get better. And this is like my first time sending it out into the world to like record an album and put it out there. So it's just like emotional. Does that make sense?
Sure.
So yeah.
Did you do a show last night or does it start tonight?
Starts tonight at 8:15 and then 2 shows Saturday, 2 shows Sunday, 5 and 7:30 each.
Okay. And I will just say this. It's bigger than a child.
It is.
Because lots of people have children. Not a lot of people have comedy albums.
That's true. This is a bigger deal than a first grader.
Well, you're not going to have children, so this will be...
This is
my
baby.
child, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's just been an emotional
Album
morning.
baby.
Now, do you burn all that material?
I think I'm gonna. It's some of the stuff I've had for a few years now, and some of it I'm ready to part with and not do anymore. So I think this is a good way to send it off.
Put it out to pasture.
Yeah.
It's good material. It's just not as applicable as it was when you wrote it.
Exactly.
So you document it and you move forward.
And it's been really fun trying to bring it back and tie it into things that I'm doing now and kind of weave in and out. Like, obviously, jokes about your family, that's kind of the first stuff you start writing because that's what you know. It's like, hey, here's how I grew up and yada, yada, yada. And it's been like a process of making it funny and not sad and things like that. But I am excited to kind of get it out there. And
so for a while, you had material that was sad but not funny?
that was more dark. It was more.
It was always funny, but people would respond to it because of the honesty within it.
Yes.
And sometimes when you're newer in comedy,
you don't know how to like navigate
yeah,
that.
you don't know how to
I see.
Deliver something that is inherently dark and sad and make the audience comfortable with laughing at it.
Yeah, they just get sad.
They just get like, whoa.
Oh, no.
Is this girl's Make-A-Wish? What's she doing
come
over there?
on.
Like, yeah.
But now that you are much further into your comedy career, those things that you had more difficult with years ago, you're better at now.
Yes, breaching the subjects and making it more relatable and things like that. So yeah, I'm very excited.
Here's what I think. People are going to come and they're going to watch this and they're going to be like, I didn't think that was sad at all. I thought it was just really funny.
Yeah.
And there might be people like, oh, I understand why you thought, but like, I think because you're such a better comedian now than you were a few years ago,
yeah,
you'll have a much easier time. And also, you're not as sad as a person.
That was the other thing. I was listening, like putting together a set list, listening to old recordings, and I was like, damn, Mare, you were going through it. Like listening to the way that I even like trying to tell a joke and my voice shaking. Yes, like in the middle of it. And I'm like, oh, girl, I wish I could go back to like 2015.
That's
Mare,
like after your wedding got called off? Or
yeah,
okay.
there's a good chunk of material like going through that breakup and calling off the wedding that's going to be on this album. And I was listening to recordings from like 2017, 18. And it's very much so where I sound so sad. And I'm like trying to ruse it as like, yeah, right. And everyone's like, girl, just take a break. So it's been fun to kind of recreate that in a different light, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Being a little removed from it.
Hello, who's this?
Information.
Hello? Ma'am? Hello?
This is a call from
Hello?
Revenue Group.
Who?
Communication
Hello?
from a debt collector. This is an attempt to collect a debt.
Those debt collectors keep finding me, Bill.
Used for that purpose.
Oh, my goodness.
Please contact us about an important business matter at
okay, hold on.
6 this down,
9 5 6 6 2 8 3. Again, the number to call is 8 6
9
6
2
9
1
5
3
6
4
6
8
2 8
7
3
6.
Thank you
9.
for your assistance.
Oh boy.
Goodbye.
Okay, hold on. I got to get back to them. Hold on.
They hung up.
Yeah. Is that what you have to do at work, Poundcake? You don't do debt collection though. You're
no. I'm getting people money, not.
Hey man, you owe us money. Coming back.
Oh God, I would hate that. Just because I would never get anybody on the line. Everyone would
people
dodge
screaming
me
at you.
or
Yeah,
cuss
they'd
me
be
out.
screening your calls. Of course.
No way.
That's why they spoof the phone numbers now to make it look like it's somebody in your area code. You're like, hey, I mean, I think by now everybody's gotten hip to that scam, but it's like, hey, somebody's calling me from home. It's a 312 number.
Oh,
Hello.
there it is.
There it is. My father-in-law is a financial advisor. So he always, when we're out at their house, he always has CNBC on. It's I think there's Fox Business. He probably goes back and forth between the two. But normally he'll have CNBC on. It's been the NBC Business Channel for 25 years. And there's a guy on there named Rick Santelli. He's an older guy. And again, the only reason that I know these people is because we didn't this summer, but traditionally in the summertime, we spend a lot of time at my wife's dad's house. It's a nice big lake house in Michigan. And so I get to know these CNBC people because it's on all the time, and you just kind of, by osmosis. There's this guy, Rick Santelli, who was on CNBC. He's been there a long time. I remember him in local media when I was a kid because he used to be a bigwig at the Chicago Board of Trade. But he's been on CNBC for a long time. And there's another guy on CNBC by the name of Andrew Ross Sorkin. He is a younger guy. He's an author. They're both very good at what they do. If you watch the TV show Billions on Showtime, Andrew Ross Sorkin is one of the writers on that show. By the way, if you don't watch that show, you should absolutely watch that show. They're in the middle of stopping production for COVID, so you're kind of literally in the middle of a cliffhanger with that show, but I digress. These two guys are screaming at each other over coronavirus on CNBC. So they go to Santelli, who's usually on the floor of the stock exchange, and they go, all right, we're going to check out Rick Santelli. And then they kind of talk about what. Andrew Ross Sorkin is either in the studio or he's elsewhere, so they've got the split screen. And Santelli seems to be of the mind that it's ridiculous that businesses have to shut down because of surging coronavirus cases or whatever. And Andrew Ross Sorkin is trying to kind of have him come around to the fact that that might not be the best message to send out to the public, and they go at it.
I feel like
on
one
CNBC.
I feel like one guy's screaming and the other guy's trying to
I'm ready
play
for
it
this.
cool.
Santelli is screaming. He's old, crotchety, whatever. But yeah, so they're, because all you ever have on these financial channels is you've got stock tickers on the bottom. There's a crawl. There's most of the screen is full on data.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's just talking heads, and they're usually real calm. It's bloodless. They're talking X's and O's.
Because they have to tell people they're losing all their money. So they have to keep it even keel.
Or, well, not even that.
Such and such dropped 93 points today.
Yeah, it's amoral. You know what I mean? So to see people get worked up, granted, they're not getting worked up about the market directly, but things that affect the market.
Can't tell me that shutting down, which is the easiest answer, is necessarily the only answer.
Rick, I just as a public health and public service announcement for the audience, the difference between a big box retailer.
Who is this?
Hold on. The difference between it's Andrew.
Who else?
The difference between a big box retailer. Hold on. The difference between a big box retailer and a restaurant, or frankly, even a church, are so different. It's unbelievable. Going into a big box retailer,
I disagree.
You're wearing
You can
a
have
mask.
your thoughts, and I
You're
can have
required
mine.
to wear a mask.
I disagree.
It's science. I'm sorry. It's science. If you're
It's
wearing a
not
mask,
science.
it's a different story.
500 people at a Lowe's aren't any safer than 150 people in a restaurant that holds 600. I don't believe it.
All
Sorry.
right, real quick.
Don't.
What have you ever been to that holds
600
people?
McDonald's.
Spaghetti Warehouse, Bill.
Oh,
Thank
Spaghetti
you.
Warehouse might actually hold 600 people.
I think it holds a lot of people. I don't think it holds 600.
They have a party room.
I disagree.
So and Sorkin's kind of sitting like, okay, man, and the other guy's like on his arms crossed, and he's like mockingly shaking his head on camera. And
is there more?
Big box retailer,
I disagree.
You're wearing
You can
a
have
mask.
your thoughts, and I
You're
can have
required
mine.
to wear a mask.
I disagree.
It's science. I'm sorry. It's science. If you're wearing a mask, it's a different story.
500 people at a Lowe's aren't any safer than 150 people in a restaurant that holds 600. I don't believe it. Sorry. Don't believe it. And I live in an area where there's a lot of restaurants that have fought back and they don't have any problems. And they're open.
Okay. You don't have to believe it, but let me just say this. You're doing a disservice to the viewer because the viewers need to understand it.
You are doing a disservice to the viewer. You are. I'm sorry.
No, you are.
I'm sorry. If I would like to keep our viewers as healthy as humanly possible. The idea of packing people into restaurants.
I think our viewers are smart enough to make part of those decisions on their own.
Completely different
I don't
things.
think that I'm much smarter than all the viewers like some people do.
boy, I'll tell you what, that is patently false on its face. I love this pandering that politicians and people on TV do. Are like, I think the public is smart enough. The public knows dick. They couldn't care less. Individualism has been rebranded as like radical selfishness. So the whole like, I think people are smart enough. People are dummies from sea to shining sea. That's why you got to go, hey guys, look at the map. It's all purple. Because 10 million of you morons couldn't stay home for Thanksgiving. And that many more of you are going to go somewhere for Christmas.
Yep.
I think the people are smart enough to make those decisions. They've had a year to make those decisions for themselves. And they picked the wrong one. And now this guy's screaming on television about it. And now I'm screaming on the radio. Why am I screaming?
I don't
What
like
do I care?
I don't like the notion that everyone who gets coronavirus is irresponsible. I don't like that at all because it's not everyone.
That's not what they're saying. They're saying what I'm saying is there are scientifically proven things you can do to mitigate this.
Right.
And people go, nah, I don't believe it.
Okay.
Okay, dummy.
And that's why it's part. I agree with some of this, and there's stuff that there are people that are running restaurants and they're doing it safely, and they're saying, okay, when you're at your table, you can take your mask off while you're eating. There's enough distance to keep everybody safe. You can't have a group larger than this number. You know, they're going above and beyond to follow the protocols set by the CDC to keep people safe, to keep their business open, to keep their doors open, to make sure their staff can make money. There's people that are doing that. But then there's other places that are saying, oh, yeah, we're doing all that stuff, but then they're not. People are coming in and they're getting in big groups. They're walking around the bar without their masks on. And that is what's conflating the situations with bars and restaurants.
I'm not even talking about businesses. I'm just saying about people.
Right, but I'm saying that. But this guy wants to keep businesses open. He wants the restaurants to be open, and restaurants can be as safe as a big box store, but they got to follow those protocols. And there's a lot of places that, and it's not even necessarily on the restaurants. It's on the patrons that are going in there. They're like, oh, it's open. Might as well just wander around. Like I've seen it in restaurants around here where there's people packed in. There's some that are doing a great job and they're following the protocols, and there's other places that are just screwing it up.
Yeah, I don't go out, so I'll take your word for it. But I mean, this guy, I don't believe. No one is suggesting that if you get it, it's your fault. But I guess how you got it can be your fault.
Yeah.
That's
I
why
get what you're saying.
They're saying a huge, huge surge because of people who gathered for Thanksgiving.
Well, here's the other
just
thing, too,
like
though.
they said it would.
But the people who got it from, because it can take up to 2 weeks, so those numbers might not even be from Thanksgiving that we're seeing.
But they will be.
They could be, yeah.
They will be.
It could be from other things, too.
And then it'll be from Christmas.
And I don't know, I'm going to preface this by saying I don't know how reliable this is. This is one person I talked to, someone that I'm close with who works at a major hospital in Cleveland, was saying that every single time, if you have a hospitalized COVID patient, okay, and they're in the hospital for 10 days, they test them every single day. So they test positive every single day. She said, I don't know how the numbers are reported, but if it's reported that there's 10,000 cases today, that could be people who are in the hospital that test positive every single day.
I don't buy it. I don't think they take multiple tests from one person and add that to the case number.
But she said, and again, she said
I've
she
heard
didn't
that
know.
before, and I don't buy it.
She said she didn't know if it's new cases every day or there are 10,000 cases today.
Right. What I'm saying is, if a person gets multiple positive tests, those are not 5 new cases. That's one person with multiple tests. That's a case.
It's one, but they're reporting positive cases. They're saying these are how many people tested positive today.
Well, those are positive tests, not positive cases.
What are and this is where it gets confusing too, because her and I were talking about that, and she's like, I'm not sure if the numbers are individual new cases today, or if these numbers are we had 10,000 positive tests today.
That I get, yeah.
That's what she was making that point.
Lumping them all in.
Right.
Either way, the numbers are going up.
I understand that. I understand that. But there are ways to, we don't, like you said, the public doesn't know anything. We don't know how it's being reported.
I guess my thought is at this point, haggling over the numbers does not matter.
I think that it does to a certain degree.
It doesn't. When you're going to have 400,000 dead people by January, end of January, probably, right?
Yeah.
Who cares what the numbers are? I mean, we got 4% of the world population and a quarter of the cases. So when people haggle over, I get what you're saying, but like when people haggle over semantics, man, that ship sailed a long time ago.
It's a semantic that
That's
I
why
guess
people are scrambling now. Like people at the local and state level are like, if your governor doesn't want to do stuff, bypass him. You got to go on television and tell people stuff, right? Like the mayor has got to go on TV if your governor's a dummy.
I guess the semantic argument of it is one that can make people feel a little bit better, where it's not every single day 10,000 brand new people are testing positive. It's like, okay, maybe, yeah, the numbers are still out of control. But
they keep saying it's going to get worse before it gets better.
But I
understand that.
I also don't see, listen, I get the psychological whatever, but I also don't see the upside in trying to make people feel better about it. People should be really worried about it.
And they should be. But there's got to be a certain point where you got to look on the bright side of something, man. When you're looking at these doom and gloom numbers all day, every day, and it's just thrown in your face, anything to feel a little bit of relief, I think is a good thing.
I agree. Everybody put on a goddamn mask.
No, and I agree with that 100%.
Everybody put on a mask, and we're going to feel great before you know it. Right?
Yeah, I get it.
What do they say? They're like, if we got 8 out of every 10 people, not even 100%, which would be ideal. If we got 80% of people wearing masks all the time in public, 6 weeks, you'd see the cases precipitously drop. People are so busy they can't go 6 weeks with, I'm not even throwing in like people that aren't working or anything like that, right? I know there's financial issues that go way above and beyond what anybody can fathom. But when you're arguing over 250,000 people dead and just going up, you know?
Yeah.
I think the way that you get good news is to do what they've been telling you to do. Thank God Anthony Fauci hung on, man. Thank God he hung on. This guy had 1,000 reasons to split this whole time. He's got armed guards at his house. He's like, I'm not going anywhere. Thanksgiving was me and my wife and the security we have because there's Fox News guys saying I should be shot in the head. You know?
Yeah.
So thank God this guy hung on to help with the new administration. Because he sure didn't have to. He'd be like, guys, I don't need this. I'm going to go publish another book. You know what I mean? Yeah. Let me break. If you want to get a text, 35192, 216-578-1007 to join us live on the phone, 800-348-1007, and we'll be back. WMMS.com. You can watch there. You can listen on the iHeartRadio app. And if you do that from out of state, tell me where. Josh is a listener in Leicester, England. Nate listens in Nashville. Joe is in Virginia City, Montana. Joel is in Minneapolis. On the subject of doctors, everybody texting me says that daily report that comes out reports new cases.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know. And I'm like I said, that was just
But I take your
one
point
person.
of
Yeah.
information that can confuse people.
Right.
By using two separate whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just using my mom's example. She said she has been a nurse for 30 years and she has never seen anything like this.
Sure. There's
From
a lot
the
of
moment
healthcare,
you step into
a lot of healthcare professionals who have the exact same perspective as your mom.
There was that one summer with all the pterodactyl attacks, though.
And glass shattering. And...
Go ahead, Poundcake. What did she say?
What is it? Just since you get into the hospital, like you are running and they're short-staffed, and when a hospital is offering you like crazy amount of money to work over, then you know something's wrong.
Yeah.
Is she banking it though? Is she working extra and making a bunch of money?
I'm sure she is, but she's 62.
Yeah,
so
I know.
She want to take it easy, I'm sure.
Still a young woman.
With a bad hip.
A young woman with a bad hip.
Keep working. You buy a new hip. You buy 8 hips.
Sure.
Then overtime.
8 hips. You know, and I'm stocking them up in the linen closet at the end of the hall in case these two go out on me.
Yeah, turn Poundcake's old bedroom into a hip room.
Oh, please. My bedroom is not even a factor anymore. That's like her shoe room. She has a closet in there.
You were pulling the U-Haul out of the driveway, and your mom was going over your room with a tape measure, wasn't she? She was measuring for curtains.
I mean, I would come home from college, and she would have like a rack of clothes in there. I'm like, okay, well, where's my bed? She's like, oh, well, let me take this off. Let me take this off. Oh, there it is.
Sure. Yeah. No, I was watching a thing last night, and on the subject of healthcare workers who are having their psyche tested, who are having their stamina tested, they're also having their compassion tested. They were talking to this doctor who is Jewish and had to treat a patient who was covered in Nazi tattoos.
Nice.
Obviously, you know, they want to make sure that these people are given the best care that they possibly can. But he's like, this guy's begging me to not let him die, and he has a giant swastika on his chest. And he's in there with a black nurse and an Asian nurse, you know.
Jewish doctor.
And a Jewish doctor. And this is in Sacramento, California.
Being Jewish, seeing that symbol of hate, knowing that same compassion may not otherwise have been extended towards me if the roles were reversed, really made me double down and look into myself. Everybody noticed, commented outside the room as we prepared. None of us questioned what we were doing. I knew that myself, my team, we were going to do the right thing. You know, we did perform those life-saving measures and intubated him, but that moment caused me to question. I had never felt quite so challenged in that way in my compassion before.
He's like, yeah, could you give me a belt sander while you're at it? So we need to shave this guy's chest and shave him of his chest ink too. Listen, maybe there's an opportunity there for somebody to come to a wholesale re-understanding of things, right? What if you find out that you wake up and the Jewish doctor saved you? And you're covered in Nazi ink.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
like
not
American History X.
Yeah, it's not beyond the realm of possibility that you could come out of that, and you know, there's one more person that you might have changed their mind about at least one or two things. Oh, you know what? One of the sadder casualties of coronavirus I was reading about this morning. You know, media companies, no different than any other company in that they're swinging the axe far and wide. Dave iHeartMedia has had a hell of a year this year.
Oh, yeah.
And Walt Disney has had a hell of a year too. They're letting go another 35,000 people who work in the parks. Jeez. Because they can't keep those open, and they're shutting down Radio Disney after 23 years. Radio Disney, which they tested in a number of markets in the mid-90s. They wanted to do a run as part of a brand new arm of the Disney empire. They were like, hey, what if we've got a radio station for kids, right? And play some Mickey Mouse stuff, play some pop music, whatever. Something you could have the kids in the car and listen to. Usually they would they'd park it on an AM station.
AM 1260.
Here in Cleveland?
That's what it was here. We're all ears.
So you listened to it as a kid?
Yeah, we were Christians, so it was like no cursing, no nothing, very family friendly. That and the fish was what we were allowed to listen to.
Yeah. They tested it in the mid-'90s in Minneapolis, Atlanta, Salt Lake City, and Birmingham, Alabama. But the first official affiliate was a year later. They launched it in Los Angeles on 7:10 a.m., and then they blew up from there. I think you can still get it maybe on satellite or something. I'm sure that there are ways. But the Radio Disney radio network is going to be shuttered, and all those people are losing their jobs. But that's what launched Miley Cyrus, and that's what launched... help me out, Poundcake. Who else?
Montana.
Demi Lovato, and it launched Hannah Montana, and you're right. Selena Gomez. There's another one. Demi Lovato, boy, she got bats in the belfry, but boy, is she cute. She is a cutie.
I don't like her new haircut.
It's real short.
I don't like it.
I didn't see it.
All right. So Radio Disney will soon be no more. I'm sure there are a lot of millennials who have a great deal of nostalgia for that. But it will lead to the layoffs of 36 full and part-time employees. And they were on in 23 major markets. And no more. What's this food puzzle thing you sent us, by the way, Bill?
Oh, okay. So it's all these different things, and you got to get rid of 2 forever.
Easy.
So I'll retweet it on Twitter if I can find it again, or I'll post it. But it's, what is it? Tacos, fries, and thank you for switching gears from sad things to something that's a little sillier and funner. Tacos, fries, beer, burger, soda, pizza, and cake. Now,
tacos, fries, beer, burger, soda, pizza, and cake. And you have to do what?
You got to get rid of 2, and you can never have them again.
You have to get rid of 2 forever.
Yes. And I said for Mary, because she's already not drinking alcohol, beer is now LaCroix or any soda water. And then I think we shouldn't even say beer. We should say like alcohol.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
booze. I took that. That ruins it for me.
Right. Because I don't really drink beer. I mean, occasionally, but that would be an easy one to get rid of.
Beer was
but
my
alcohol,
easy one, too. You mean alcohol.
Alcohol. Yeah. So we'll switch it from alcohol. So tacos, fries, alcohol, burger, soda, pizza, and cake.
I don't think that would change my mind. I think that I could go with no alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
I don't drink much as it is. So it's like I'm a cheap date, for one. 2, I don't feel like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like if I'm out, whenever that
two,
happens again, that's fun. But not just like at home having a drink.
I do soda and fries because I can replace that with onion rings or like something more unhealthy.
You could never have another French fry again, and you'd be okay with that.
French fries are
I
like
love
top of my
fries.
list.
Yeah.
Really?
I would need the fries.
I'm with Poundcake. Fries might be.
Really?
Well, I initially thought
fries are so good.
I initially thought alcohol and soda, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I like Mountain Dew, but I don't need it, and it's not helping me.
And you'd be cool never having another Mountain Dew ever again.
Yeah, because it's not helping me.
You'd rather have cake than
None
Mountain
of these
Dew?
things are helping you. It's
Yeah,
not like
they
it's
are.
like
Pizza's helping me.
Pizza's helping.
I
you.
could never get rid of pizza.
No,
There's
or
no
tacos.
Way. Mm-mm.
Pizza and tacos would never go away. So it would have to be alcohol. Oh man, I mean,
love
cake is good.
burgers.
I love burgers. See, I would go probably cake and soda. That way I can keep alcohol.
You get rid of cake.
Yeah. Wow. Because there's other
is good.
desserts. There's other desserts that I feel like are better or on the same level.
But you're
You know,
odd
a
man out
cookie,
on every birthday.
Yeah.
That's fine. I've been there. I don't get invited to a lot of birthdays
And plus,
anymore. Anyway.
I think I've had enough fries for a lifetime.
Oh man.
There's never enough fries.
I want fries right
love
now.
Well, that's what I'm
fries.
saying. You can always have more, and it'll never
But
be
you
enough.
can't. You can't anymore. You
That's
gave up.
okay.
French
I will
fries.
have onion rings and chicken fries.
The thing with fries, though,
Chicken fries.
I like French fries, but they don't have. I don't need them all gussied up.
Just a plain
I don't
fry.
need truffle fries. I don't need duck fat. I don't need just French fries,
Yeah.
like old diner fries.
Oh yeah. I'll agree with
Whatever. I'm
that.
fine with that.
I think I'd only drink water for the rest of my life because tacos. See, if I were to get rid of any food on there, it'd probably be tacos.
Really?
I'm not getting rid of. No, I love burgers
More
and
than
I love
tacos.
pizzas. Pizza and fries are absolutely not going anywhere.
Yeah, I would if I had to rank these. I would go.
But tacos, I mean, I can
pizza and
kind
fries
of take
are like
or leave
number
tacos.
1 and 2.
I've never been on that. Oh my god, tacos are amazing. Tacos and tell me I'm pretty. Like
if I could eat pizza and tacos every day and not get to be 400 pounds, I would absolutely do that.
Yeah.
Every single day.
I like a taco every now and then, but it's not. I've never been that person who's like tacos.
Anytime
oh
my
God.
wife goes, "Do you want to get pizza?" Like on a random night, I'll be
Yep.
like, my answer to that is always yes. Always.
Yeah. Pizza's my favorite food.
You're being sweet by asking a rhetorical question, but my answer is always yes.
Yes.
The one thing that like pizza and French fries don't come together more often is a bummer to me because because I know that's the thing like
that pizza places don't have fries.
Yeah,
you mean?
like, yeah, give me some pizza and also I want a bunch of French fries too.
Well, they don't have deep fryers, which is why I don't like a lot of
wings from pizza places
because they're rubbery 90% of the time because
really?
they just put them through the pizza oven and they're not that.
Oh, I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
they don't have crispness. Yeah.
Huh.
I don't know that I could give up burgers because a lot of times I'm craving a burger where you just want. Think about cookouts.
Yeah.
You never get a burger.
Oh yeah, we grilled out the other night.
Yeah, but you can't anymore.
So
to
good.
get rid of a burger.
No, I know.
So what did you say?
I said
Alcohol and soda. That's what me
Just
too.
the beverages.
Yeah.
I
I'll
mean,
drink flat water
Yeah,
forever.
I don't want to do that, but if forced, that's what I would do.
Yeah.
Because I would still want cake. I don't know. Maybe I could get rid of fries.
Man,
There's no
that's
way.
Bananas.
When I originally saw that, the two that I was like, absolutely need to keep were pizza and fries.
For me, it would come down to fries versus soda. Because I'm desperately ashamed of the fact that I drink soda at all. But boy, do I love it. Mountain Dew.
The fact that you're saying you could go with never having another Mountain Dew is very surprising to me.
Yeah, because it's ridiculous. I don't even know why I do it now. Like, I've gone through the thing is that once I have a can, I go, I'm back off the wagon.
Yeah.
Because I can go long period. My fridge can be full of hint water.
Mhm.
And I'm drinking water. But I have a Mountain Dew. I'm like, God damn it.
Now I had 5.
Now I'm back on.
Right.
I'm buying a 10-pack of pony cans or whatever, So just for my well-being, I should absolutely strike soda.
Yeah.
I just have a bit of a sweet tooth,
You just like it.
I do. A little bit.
The reason why I can't get rid of cake is because I really have had a hankering for cupcakes in the last few months.
I could do without. I could get rid of cake.
I like a cupcake.
Because I can do pies, I can do ice cream, I can do cookies. So I can deal. Like it would be a bummer. Cake's good.
I think I like
But-
frosting more than I like cake.
Yeah,
to be honest
yeah.
with
You still just have frosting.
I still don't think that my daughter has ever had a bite of cake.
What do you get her for her birthday?
I'm going to text
A
my
birthday cake.
ex-wife.
No, but she
get down the bottom of this.
No. Because she'll tell you because she just forks the frosting.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
Yeah. We've gotten her many cakes for occasions and birthdays and things. Well, not many, 4.
My guess is that she
but-
has had at least one bite of cake
At school
and that's
or
why.
something.
Well, that's why she's only going for the frosting. She's like, "Oh, this is where the goodness is. It's the frosting. The cake part is incidental."
Yeah, I think she might have gotten my sweet tooth, which I really don't want her to have. But
I had never had a Cleveland vegan before, and my boyfriend got me a cupcake from
In
there.
Lakewood?
Yeah,
It's real good.
Well, obviously dairy free, so I don't have to worry about. I can eat 10 cupcakes and not feel like trash, maybe. But there,
You feel like a different kind of trash.
not intestinal trash.
Yeah.
They
Just regular old shame.
just that shame eating. The frosting that they had was like almost like fudge, but whipped. It was unbelievable how good it was. I was blown away. And then I was like, maybe I like frosting. Like maybe this is just what I'm into.
That's like when Andy's trying to figure out what his favorite food is. He's like, I like potatoes with butter. I like steak with butter. Is butter my favorite food?
Yeah,
Like,
right.
Yeah.
Maybe I just like frosting.
one of my sisters-in-law is vegan, and so when my brother and her are in town, we'll go to Cleveland Vegan.
It was bomb.
It's really good.
Yeah.
I mean, I couldn't eat it all the time because I
Well,
like real food.
You like meat, yeah.
But it's real good. They do a good job, and
Yeah, it was awesome.
yeah.
So I'm gonna go with the drinks and just have
The
flat
beverages,
water.
so no
Yeah.
alcohol, no soda.
No, look, basically nothing but water for me. I'll cut out all the rest of my drinks to keep those foods.
Yeah.
If I had to swap it out, it would be probably soda for tacos. But I don't drink a lot of pop. Red Bull.
Red Bull's pretty good.
Yeah, and that's like a
As a
that's pop.
mixer.
I think that's soda.
But every time I do it, I'm like, is this the day my heart's going to explode?
Yeah.
Because I don't have it in my head mentally that I'm almost 50.
Mm-hmm.
I go, hey, man, I'm having tequila and Red Bull. I'm loving life. This is great. And then I go, well, this could probably murder me right now, too. And so I don't want that to happen.
A small can of Red Bull only has I think it's less than 100 milligrams of caffeine.
But
so
if I'm drinking that, I'm having multiple drinks. Like if I have, when Nolan and Chris Ty and I used to do ladies' lunch, right? Once a month, the three of us would get together. We'd have lunch. We'd talk shop, whatever, before the show, like on a weekday.
Mm-hmm.
And I would have tequila and Red Bull with lunch. So I'd come in feeling good, you know.
Right.
But I mean,
crashing it around 5:30.
and not even that, because I feel almost immune to that kind of stuff now. But when I would do like Cox Out or I'd do like a bar appearance or something, I will drink multiple tequila and Red Bulls in like pint glasses.
Yeah.
So then,
but I feel like the alcohol kind of, they're canceling each other out a little bit. It's not like you're drinking 7 Red Bulls. No,
that's what I'm
not.
saying.
It's definitely not.
No, it's not canceling each other out. It's all going in.
Into feelings. But.
That's why when I do,
the sugar is still getting piled up.
Every once in a while, I'll do like a tequila Red Bull or something like that. But I usually do one of those, and then I'll switch to like tequila soda or something.
Yeah.
That because I can't just keep piling on the caffeine.
Oh, I love it.
When I think about the amount of calories that I used to drink, because it was like you said, you'd have multiple, but I loved like fruity shots. So it's just I'm drinking a gallon of juice a night, and
you
it's
get
like
a headache.
Cranberry juice cocktail. You know what I mean? It's not like it's actual good for you.
Or a green tea shot.
Yeah, sour mix and all that stuff.
Out of the old gallon jug behind the bar. Hello, who's this?
Hi, Alan.
Hi, who's this?
It's Kaylee.
Oh, hey, what's up, Kaylee? How are you?
I'm tired as hell. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. Are you still out there working and doing stuff?
Yeah, we're wrapping things up for the season.
Literally wrapping trees and things, or no?
No, more of getting things out of the snow and starting to work on machinery. But
okay.
I've got an internship coming up, so I got to start wrapping my house up in boxes, if that counts.
Oh, really? You're moving for it?
Yeah, I have to. I'm going to Georgia for an internship.
Hey, congratulations!
Ooh, that's exciting.
The Kaylee is our resident horticulturist. I guess we'll have to get a new one now.
Vote Ossoff.
No,
That was vote Ossoff or Raphael Warnock. Okay, good. How long are you gonna be down there then? I mean, after that, you probably stay, yeah?
Well, it's all subject to if I like it or not. It's a 6-month internship with Augusta National Golf Club.
Oh, look at you. And that's pretty prestigious, yeah?
Yeah, you could say that. They host the Masters.
Oh, there you go. See, I know dick about golf, but I've heard that name, and I assume it's a big deal, yeah.
Well, if you know dick about golf and you've heard of it, that should tell you something.
There you go. All right.
Are they going to let you work on it? They're not all that open to having women and anyone that's not white there.
Except Tiger Woods.
That's slowly being outlawed. But you're right. Early in the days of that course, women were not even allowed to be there, whether they were wives, girlfriends, whatever. There was the race thing was kind of an underlying rule, but the written rule was no women allowed.
Yeah, and that's still pretty recently. Like, I feel like they didn't let women play on that course till like 2012 or something.
Oh,
like,
wow.
Yeah.
Recently?
Yeah.
But I mean, but Augusta National they're closed right now.
Technically, yeah, they're opposite of us. So
okay,
they when it's hot as hell here, so the summer months, they don't have anybody out there because of the stress it puts on the turf, and they don't want people playing on the surface when it's the hottest in Georgia that it gets. So they wait until it's fall and winter, which is our probably almost summer. So it's one, you probably enjoy it more as a golfer, and two, it's better for the plants.
So are you going to, because it's right on the river, are you going to live in South Carolina or in Georgia?
In Augusta, they have their own housing.
Oh, they do? Okay. Wow. Good for you.
August 20th of 2012 was the first time they let female members play.
Wow.
Condoleezza Rice and Darla
They're
Moore.
only 8 years into chicks down there at Augusta. All right. Well, they do things a little differently down there in the...
They're consistent. It's the Deep South. I mean, you can't act surprised. It's a white men's golf country club.
Yeah.
big high rolling money in the deep South. So what did you expect?
Yeah, and there's still even deeper South to get into too, which is always fun. Yeah. Well, congrats, Kaylee.
Thank you. But I called to talk about your little food survey here.
Okay.
On the side note.
Yeah.
So easy choice for me would be burgers and cake. I don't eat either of those things.
Because you're a vegetarian?
No, but the cake thing, that's the anecdote I called in about, was with the cake thing, the frosting I was talking about. I was going to tell a story about how when I was younger, I was babysat by my aunt, and she would get us these cupcakes from a grocery store around here called Bueller's, and they would have an inch and a half of that buttercream frosting on top.
Yeah.
You know,
That's good stuff.
It's not for everybody. I mean, some people don't like that. I'm not a huge fan of that.
oh, I can't stand it. And my aunt scarred me for life, and she took the cupcake off with the frosting. She'd make you eat the bottom, and then you got to eat the frosting.
Oh, come on.
And that scarred you for life. That made you the woman you are today.
Yes, I
Yeah,
I guess you
now
could say
she's
that.
the
I don't like
bottom
a lot
second.
of. Yeah, I don't like the buttercream. I'm not a big fan of cream.
Always eat the bottom second. That was my motto. So when do you leave for Augusta?
January 1st. I'm out of here.
Wow. Well, congratulations.
That's very exciting.
Thank you. I am excited. I'm nervous as hell, but yeah, I can't. You're not going to learn more than you will there anywhere else.
Right.
Regardless of their tradition.
Which they had some weird ones.
There was one or two.
Yeah,
Some strange ones, yeah.
The co-founder once said, "As long as I'm alive, all the golfers will be white and all the caddies will be black."
Oh, jeez.
Roberts killed himself
Yeah.
at Augusta
There you
in
go.
1977.
He beat one of the black caddies to it.
Yeah.
Okay, well, don't be a stranger, Kaylee, okay?
Absolutely not. Don't ever expect that.
All right, take care, baby.
They allowed black members in 1990.
I need your arms around me. I need to feel your touch.
You know what? I'm going to get rid of cake, too, Bill, because cake in every form
I'm bringing it back.
sucks.
This is my favorite cake.
I like cake food, but...
I need your understanding. I need your love.
Is this the long jacket, people?
Yes. I don't know how to sing, so I'll talk all my lyrics.
Makes them easy to understand.
All right. I've got to take a break. If you want to text 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. And now, 80 minutes worth of...
816-578. What?
I was just kind of did it along with the music.
578-1007. 800-348-1007. 35192. Send me a text. You can. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch there. A little bit of help today in the video department from Jezbel Horfgarb. Which I think was played by the late Alan Rickman in the Harry Potter films. So, and the latest episode of the Bill Squire Show is there, and the latest Poundcake podcast. Which one of those is longer this week?
Mine.
Yours, okay.
Mine's like 90 minutes almost.
Okay.
It's a long one, but it's a good one. Talk a lot with my buddy Chris Allen, who's a comedian, who's also going to be recording an album for Helium Records later in 2021, I think.
Earlier.
And he's a very funny guy. We talk about Sopranos. It's his favorite show, and I'm working my way through it. And we have a good conversation about that. And I just found out today they made a Sopranos movie where Tony Soprano is young and his son's playing him.
Oh, it's coming out, I think.
Yeah, it's coming out in March.
Jersey Saints or something like that? Or
Saints of like Newark.
Okay, there you go.
All the Saints of Newark or something like that. But
yeah,
I'm
Teen Tony
excited.
Soprano, right?
Yeah.
Does that lady make an appearance? The airport lady? I'll be stuck in Newark forever.
I hope so.
I thought you meant Lorraine Bracco.
Oh, no.
So episode 28 of the Bill Squire Show is there. Episode 7 of the Poundcake podcast. Yeah, Gwen and I started watching Veep again from the beginning. Such a hilarious, hilarious show with Julia Louis-Dreyfus, who's just fun to look at.
She's pretty.
She's a pretty lady.
Very pretty.
Hey, thanks, by the way, to Billy Gow on Twitter, who tagged me in something that I think is kind of funny. There is an account that I follow, but I didn't see this. It got past me. It's called Things from the Past. And they had a tweet. A list of reasons, and just old... The name is self-explanatory. Things from the past. So they'll post old signs and old photos of things. List of reasons for admission to a lunatic asylum in the 1800s reads like a list of potential metal band names. The Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum, which sounds, I don't know if this is in Pennsylvania or whatever, but they had reasons for admission from 1864 to 1889. And it included getting kicked in the head by a horse. So if you'd gotten kicked in the head by a horse, which is a great name for a metal band, by the way, they're not wrong about that. If you had been kicked in the head by a horse, assuming some kind of blunt force trauma, that's when they would say, that's all we need to commit you to a mental asylum.
You ain't right.
You ain't right. For those of you unfamiliar with the horse, that's what it sounds like.
He seems like he needs to be admitted.
Ill treatment by husband is on here.
Yeah. Women get beat, and then we ended up in insane asylums.
You know what? Her husband punched her so much, made her all kooky in the mind grapes. We got to put her in.
No more.
Ain't right no more. Imaginary female trouble.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man, I'm cramping. Those witches. You've never heard this kind of stuff?
I mean, I've heard this kind of stuff. I've never heard that bluntly put. Imaginary female trouble. That's very funny.
The next one in line is hysteria. So basically,
I know all about hysteria.
Yeah, this is a thinly veiled way of getting 19th century women incapacitated in mental institutions.
100% it was.
Hysteria is when, later when they evolved, the science got a little better. Doctors would go to a woman's home with a suitcase-sized vibrator that had a pull start.
Yeah.
And then they
like
take care of it.
Take care of her hysteria.
Yeah, take care of her hysteria by getting her to climax.
Yeah. Like the Def Leppard album. That was about a suitcase-sized dildo, if you recall. Vibrator. Nymphomania is on here, too. Why would you want to lock up the nymphos?
With other
Keep them out in the wild. You want to run into them.
That's just a woman who wants to have sex with her husband. That's a nymphomaniac. She's possessed, I tell you.
She's possessed by a sexual devil, I tell you. All she wants to do is climb on me as soon as I get home. She's got the nymphomania, Doc.
I had sex with my wife and she liked it. We got to lock her up.
These are great, though, because it's a really long list, alphabetical. I don't know if I'll go through all of them. But reasons for admission to a psychiatric hospital in the mid-19th centuries, the mid-1800s. Laziness. Jealousy and religion.
Lock me up. Jealousy and religion.
Jealousy and religion.
Do those two normally go hand in hand?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah?
Yeah. Everybody who believes in one God is jealous of everybody else who believes in another one. That's where war comes from. Masturbation for 30 years.
Coming up on that.
I was going to say, that's
I'm getting close.
That's ageist.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, menstrual derangement.
Yes. Women bled and then they were banished.
But again, how many different euphemisms did they need for the same thing? Like, we get it. You want the kooky ladies inside because
Yes.
you don't understand what's going on with them.
I literally can't control it. You hear that? She's possessed. No, it's my hormones.
What are hormones? You mean the bad humors? Black bile?
Yeah, we
green
know.
bile? Yeah, we know.
You're a whore and you moan.
Novel reading.
No, I'm out. I
Ladies.
figure it out, sir. Whew.
Opium habit. Overaction of the mind. Parents were cousins.
Overthinking?
I like that one.
Parents
were cousins.
You had cousin parents, and now you're in the insane asylum?
You're in the insane asylum. The sins of the father and the cousin are passed on to the child. Periodical fits. Tobacco and masturbation. But they're just combining whacking off with a whole bunch of other things.
Smoking and jacking.
Sound like Pornhub categories.
Political excitement.
Ooh.
Man.
That would lock a lot of people up these days. Twitter would just be gone.
I am surprised how they keep finding, in addition to the anti-lady stuff, they keep throwing religious enthusiasm is another thing get thrown in here too. Why don't we still have that?
Oh,
if there's anything to keep from this list of reasons to throw somebody in an insane asylum, religious enthusiasm should be one of them.
Yes,
Man,
no
I
one should
would've
be
never
excited
made
about
it.
going to church.
Speaking in tongues and bleeding everywhere. I'd have been locked up.
Yeah, you've checked a lot of these boxes.
I have.
Asthma is on here. Fits and desertion of husband. Bad company. Feel like making.
Lock them up.
Yeah. Bad habits and political excitement. They're adding things, but that shouldn't get its own line.
Bad habits like biting your nails?
Again, this comes from a tweet somebody tagged me in that this list of reasons sounds like potential metal band names, and they really do. This is my favorite one. Bloody Flux.
What does it
Yeah,
mean?
it's probably another anti-lady thing. Bloody.
What's your flux?
She's got, the changes in latitudes, changes in attitudes. She's over there with the bloody flux, and I don't know what to do about it, Doc.
Where's Isabella today? She got a case of the bloody flux.
Yeah. I mean, flux is just a flow.
Okay, I didn't know if it was a pellet or something.
Your bloody flux.
Capacitor.
Here's another good one. Business nerves.
Like being anxious about an interview?
I have no idea. You know what I know in going over this list. But I like to think further in the future. What things do we do that will get laughed at the same as bloody flux? Because it's easy to go back 100 years and go, oh my God, can you believe they didn't know X, Y, and Z?
Mhm.
But if we were living then, we wouldn't have known either.
Yeah.
So we only have the benefit of this information that we have now. But in 100 years, they're going to go, oh my God, they were still doing hysterectomies.
Yeah. They were walking around carrying those cancer machines with them.
Listen, they actually put masks on and off their face all day and didn't sew them on like we do.
Sew them
crazy.
on, yeah. Congestion of brain, death of sons in war, decoyed into the army.
You were tricked into the army?
Deranged masturbation.
Ooh, that's like a...
They're going on tour with Bloody Flux next summer.
What's that scary movie? That's deranged masturbation.
The Exorcist?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Desertion by husband. So basically anything you ladies do,
Anything.
whether it's your fault or not, mostly not, gets you thrown in.
He hit me and left. Well, that's two.
Yep. Egotism gets you thrown in too. Epileptic fits. That was your fault. They didn't know. Excitement as officer. Quackery.
Quackery.
Can we please
General
put some quacks?
quackery.
Yeah. Fever and jealousy. Suppressed masturbation. So you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't.
Can't do it for
It's all
30
about
years.
moderation.
It's all about moderation, Cody.
Suppression of menses.
So listen, I can't bleed, and I try to
Yeah.
stop myself from bleeding. And you're like, that doesn't work either.
Guys, I'm trying to deal with my bloody flux.
Help me here.
Keep myself out of the booby hatch.
Help me help you.
What's another good one? The war. Just says the war.
Which war was that?
Were you in the war? Were you decoyed into military service? Come see us at the Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum. Uterine derangement.
Jeez.
Women trouble.
Yep.
Shooting of daughter.
Oh, yeah, that'll do it.
Snuff eating for 2 years. So if you're like, boy, this is great, but going up the nose, not enough for me. It's got to go through my oral cavity. Spinal irritation.
Well, your back hurts.
Yeah. Oh, my back hurts.
Oh, I shoulder drive.
Oh, this bloody
Send
flux
to
is
the
really throwing me for a
asylum.
loop.
This covered wagon does not have it.
Gathering in the head. Greediness. Gunshot wound. I would think that would be pretty good to get you into a hospital.
You got shot. Now
Not
you're
in a
crazy.
lunatic asylum.
Why'd you stand in front of the bullet?
Seems like a silly thing to do. Something a crazy person would do.
Right.
It also says Salvation Army, so they must have been really, against that organization.
No thrifting here.
Nope. Rumor of husband's murder.
Just a rumor, of it.
Yeah, just a rumor. Did you hear about Victoria's? Oh, shut up! What do you want to throw it in the loony bin?
Tossed away.
Hard study.
Hey,
don't know
more
what that is.
masturbation.
Scarlatina. I don't know what that is.
Drink.
Is it? I don't know. Feebleness of intellect.
You're dumb.
We'd have a lot of people in there. Fell from horse in war. So there's a lot of anti-horse stuff here, too. If you were kicked in the head by a horse, if a horse just didn't want you on it. Female disease. I think we all know what that is.
I think so, too.
Girls be shopping, Bill.
Oh, my goodness.
Shopping! So, yeah, anyway, thanks for tagging me in that.
That's fun.
A list of reasons, many, many reasons for admission. 1864 to 1889 for admission into a lunatic asylum. Of course, today, I don't believe that that is the preferred nomenclature. I think a lunatic asylum is, that's an offensive thing to call a psychiatric hospital.
Nut hut.
The nut hut, the booby hatch, the rubber room. They don't like being called lunatics. You can't call people crazy.
I do like that word, though.
Lunatic?
Yeah, I think
It's a
that's
great
a funny word. Yeah.
Comes from the moon.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh.
Phases of the moon. Lunar, lunatic. Phases of the moon, people thought that changed their... Believe it or not, some people still believe that crap. That the phases of the moon change your behavior. So lunatic is derived from the moon.
So are you saying that people who believe in astrology are technically lunatics? Is that what we're saying?
Cosine.
You said it. I didn't even have to say it.
I'm just asking.
You said it. At least with the moon, there is a astronomical component to it. You know, I think it's probably... I don't think it's nonsense that, like, the tides and things, right?
Yeah.
Your body's water. The moon moves water. I mean,
Something like that. I think that there's probably...
Gravitational pull.
I don't think all that stuff is complete nonsense, the way that astrology is. But then people who are into astrology will tell you that that is all derived from those same astronomical whatevers.
Oh, I'm a lunatic? You tell me why I turn into a dog once a month. You tell me.
That makes you a lycanthrope, not a lunatic. Right. That's what we have to do when there is a full moon. My wife and I are required to go out on the front step with our daughter and howl at the moon.
Very nice.
Astrology and zodiac signs are the same thing, right?
They are. Zodiac signs are part of astrology.
Because I do, when I start dating someone, I look at their zodiac sign. I'm like, ooh, Gemini, bitch, you lie.
Everybody
And then
lies.
I'm like, Taurus. I'm like, we'll be soulmates forever.
And what are you?
I'm a Virgo.
So if somebody else were to judge you based on that, you'd be like, well, that's a little harsh and ridiculous.
They do.
They do.
Virgos
usually
are
they're right.
And you're cool with-
typically,
usually they're right.
they're usually
They're
have
very
a type
loyal.
A personality. They can judge people harshly. They are not quick to forgive. Virgos, usually. Am I wrong?
Read me like a book. See, Mary knows
No, I'm
everything.
serious. That's like typical personality traits of a Virgo.
What I'm saying is it's all made up. So to say that these are typical, no, to anyone. My brother's a Virgo. He couldn't be further away from all those things you just rattled off.
It depends on what side he's on. If you're a fresh
What
Virgo, like within the first 10 days.
There's like new rules to explain everything.
Days.
Oh, well, he's on the other side. Other side of what?
Well, see, I'm a Sagittarius with a Scorpio rising. So
Oh, boy.
It's a thing, Alan. It's a thing.
Listen, no, there's all these little things that they've put into it to make sure that they're vague enough to include everybody in every sign.
Are you
Kool-Aid
telling
doesn't taste
me?
the same if there's too much water.
Are you literally telling me right now that not everybody is spontaneous and a firecracker? Is that what you're saying? That it's not just a Sagittarius thing? That we like to adventure and we're wanderers at heart?
They're specific. They're vague on purpose.
Wanderers at heart.
People who are born in the last 2 weeks of November and first 2 weeks of December. No one else likes to travel except us.
You know what? You proved it.
Thank you.
It's true
Phil.
now.
Thank you.
Good job. I love
We're
watching
the travelers.
I love watching the people get debunked on YouTube. It's very fun. Like there's this one. It's my favorite. All these people get given a zodiac, like what do they call it? Like a prediction
horoscope.
Horoscope.
Well, listen,
and they're reading it and they're like, "Oh my god, this is so me." And they go, "Okay, now hand it to the person behind you." And the person that's in the back, you give it to the person in the front, and they all read it, and they go, "What do you think now?" And they're like, "It's the same thing. It's what I just read for myself." And
listen,
like, oh,
I think it's completely harmless.
Yeah.
Like
I don't think it is.
I think it is.
I don't think it is.
It doesn't affect anything.
I think it becomes harmful when you are using these, like you were saying, to judge people, to make decisions based on it, and to treat it like if you're doing it for entertainment and fun, that's fine. But there's people that take it too seriously, and that's where I have a problem.
Right, okay, but what I'm saying is how would that affect another person? If you go, "Oh, I can't hang out with you, you're a Virgo," I go, "Okay, cool, bummer."
No, because
later.
There's people in my family that believe very strongly in it, and they make decisions based on it, and they think that this thing's going to happen this way or that, and it's affected them negatively and me negatively.
This is why I'm so confused, because when I was a kid, my mom was kind of into it too. She wasn't crazy into it. I'm sure it was just for more entertainment. But I'm always surprised at the religious people, because we grew up really Catholic. My mom's still very Catholic. I'm like, "Mom, back in the day, you would be a heretic if you were talking about how great astrology was." It's completely counterintuitive to what you say you believe as a religious person. So I'm always surprised at religious people, "Oh yeah, I'm totally into astrology." It's like,
but people,
I mean, you've already shown. I mean, I get in the one sense that you're already, easily malleable or what. I don't know what.
People cherry pick religion too, though. They take what they like from it and leave what they don't. So if she doesn't like the part where she's not allowed to believe in astrology, she's like, "Yeah, but that's old."
Well, I don't know that there's a part that you can't. I'm just saying that if you. If you're a religious person, then you believe everything's already explained by God. You don't need the moon and the phases and the tides.
God put the moon there.
Yeah, well, is that what it is? They just consider it an extension of...
Yeah, why not?
They just retcon everything.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
revisionist history. Yeah, but God then put everything everywhere.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So it's God's will that Joe Biden became president.
Yes.
Michelle Bachmann's crying on Twitter that God will somehow turn the election. Guys, God did all this, right?
Yeah.
According to their
So what's
style,
what's the...
To test their faith.
Oh!
Probably.
Well, it seems like a lot of them are failing. F-. All right, I got a break. If you want to get a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. You can hit us up there. You can watch live if you want. And you can listen on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. device you're back in to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
(216-578-1007), 800-348-1007, 35192. If you want to send me a text, AlanCoxShow.com for everything else. Alan, I love abandoning your husband on that list of things that could get you thrown into the lunatic asylum. In the mid-1800s, men were so full of themselves that the only logical solution to their wife leaving is that she's mentally insane.
Right.
Checks out.
People are telling me that bloody flux was dysentery.
Ooh.
Oh.
You like those old-timey things like consumption.
Yeah.
Ended up being tuberculosis, I think, right? And there was another one called dropsy. Remember dropsy?
No.
You ever heard of that?
Have a slippery baby.
Is that... I got her right out of the tub and...
the dropsy.
Yeah.
No, she's
I'm not
right
sure
in
what
the brain.
Dropsy is like water on the brain or something. I'm sure it's got a new modern name. But back in the day, there were all kinds of afflictions that people would have before they knew that much.
I know of dysentery from Mrs. Doubtfire. And the one child...
And from the Oregon Trail.
Yeah, the one child describes it to the other as diarrhea forever. That's all I know about it.
Diarrhea forever. That's probably should be on that list of afflictions in the mid-1800s. Why did your wife get committed to the mental asylum? Diarrhea forever. Hello, who's this?
Hey, it's Katie.
Hi, Katie. Is that Katie with a K or a C?
It's Katie with a K.
Is it Katie with an I-E or a Y?
I-E.
Now, do you dot that I with a heart or dot?
I do it with a heart.
All right. And how old are you?
25.
You're old enough to know better, Katie. All right, go ahead. What's up?
I wanted to bounce back on the topic of astrology.
Sure.
So it's actually not just about your sun sign. The sun determines your ego, your identity, and the role in your life. So I'm a Cancer, and what Mary was saying about Virgos, I would say that's true. My sister's a Virgo. But what it really is about your rising sign, because it's your mask that you present to people. So I'm a Cancer, but since my rising sign is a Scorpio, I come off to people and act like a Scorpio, which is unfortunate. But I also wanted to agree with Poundcake that I look up my significant other's zodiac sign when I first start talking to
Well,
someone.
yeah, because you
how long have you been married?
You sound way into it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have a significant other right now?
Do I what?
Do you have a significant other right now?
I do.
And how long have you guys been together?
Maybe like 5, 6 months.
Okay.
So when you got together with him, you did your due diligence on his astrological goings on, and you thought, okay, this could be something.
Yeah, he's a Sagittarius, but I haven't gone in and did his full birth chart yet.
Oh, right, the birth charts. That's the other big thing.
Right,
Like, let me do your birth chart. I'm like, okay.
What time were you born?
What's it going to tell me that I can't already figure out on my own? I mean, listen, again, there is a lot of crossover between people who seem to be religious and people who are in astrology. I just think that astrology is not as potentially dangerous towards other people as religion can be, right? I don't see people killing each other over astrology.
I don't see people killing each other over it, but I do see it damaging people's lives, and it's making people make decisions and basing relationships off of astrology, which is just like, it's bananas to me. And it's so easily disproven.
People base relationships off of way more like unbelievable things than astrology. We're like, oh my God, I love his car. Like, that's just as crazy
I didn't
to
say
base it
it's
off of
the
someone's
only
job.
problem. I just say it's a ridiculous thing, and it's been disproven so many times.
No, but a car is a tangible thing that you might like. It's shallow, but you can prove a car.
But I'm saying that you can make the argument that I've ignored so many red flags and stayed in relationships I shouldn't have. And if you go off of someone's birth chart, how is that any more ridiculous than looking the other way when they do something you don't like?
Evidence out there that has proven that the birth chart thing isn't real. So take that.
Well, listen,
I never really
apply that to your life.
into birth charts until something happened, and then I would, get into their birth chart and be like, "Oh, this is why you acted this way, and this is why you do this."
I'm being told on a text that this conversation is cancer. So, well, here's the beauty of astrology. Again, you can't disprove a negative, right? People go, "How do you know it's not real?" And you go,
can't.
"Well, okay, you can't, but that doesn't mean it is real because you can't disprove it."
No, it is disproven though. It's not science.
Well, but you know what I mean, though. I mean, it's
right,
you know
because it's all based off these.
You can't prove religion either. Like, is
yes,
there really
which is why I don't believe in it.
that's looking at us and judging us for what we do.
Right. You can't do right. You can't. There's no evidence to support it, but you can't
disprove it.
And again, for me, it goes back to if you're having fun with it, I think it's a victimless crime. What Bill's talking about, where people are like basing their lives on it, that's a whole other thing.
And wrecking relationships over it.
Yeah, that's to the extreme. I think people who base their lives like they have to read their horoscope every morning and they're gonna, take their day by what their horoscope is saying. I think that's unhealthy.
Listen, I'm not immune to a good fortune cookie. I'll open it up. I'll go, hey. Except the fortune cookie used to give you a fortune.
My lucky number is 7.
Now they just go, they tell you something rather than
avoid tall grass.
Right. Or they go, oh, you want to go to Egypt. I'm like, that's not a fortune. I mean, I do, but you're not telling me anything I already know. Okay.
A fortune cookie that says open another cookie.
Right.
Right. I like that.
Well, listen, Katie, I hope that the stars remain aligned for you and your, is it a guy or a girl you're with?
It's a guy.
All right. Well, I hope that you two crazy kids make it all work, okay?
That's just...
all right. There's Katie, the 25-year-old Sagittarius.
That big cookie.
She's not a Sagittarius. Her boyfriend is.
The boyfriend's a Sagittarius.
We're all Sagittarius.
What is she?
Cancer, remember?
The
conversation.
I don't think conversation is Cancer. I'm a Cancer too, but I'm what they call on the cusp. So when I was a kid and I was just kind of doing what my family did, it's just jokey. I'd be like, "Oh, I'm a Cancer, but I'm not really a Cancer." Whatever. Because I'd go, "Well, I'm way more Gemini." Because if you read Cancer, it doesn't really fit me.
Yeah.
But Gemini, because I'm on the cusp.
Maybe your rising is a Gemini.
Yeah.
You don't know.
I don't know what that means.
You've never done it.
But aren't they all vague enough that it applies to anybody?
Why does this bother you so much?
Because it's ruined relationships for me. I'm telling you.
I think most people are not in the position that Bill is in with the Zodiac. Most people have not had a relationship ruined over it, so they can be more kind of fun about it.
I guess.
Like I've never, as long as
I had someone preach it to me like it was religion.
This is your ex.
Yes,
so why can't it be religion to them? Why does it bother you so much?
Because it's not real, and then they kept telling
to them.
Right, but it's not.
But that's not going to make a relationship smooth.
And when they keep telling me these things again and again and trying to force it on me, that's when I have a problem with it. And then I have other people in my life that again base decisions on their life on these things, and then it goes the wrong way, and they go, "I don't know what this is." I'm like, because you're not using logic to determine your decisions. You're using some sunshine bullcrap to do it, and it makes me insane. And then they go, "Oh, I don't know why it didn't work out. The universe must have a different plan." I'm like, no, go to work.
First of all, the universe doesn't have any plan for you.
Right.
The universe is amoral, apolitical, asexual. The universe, most things in the universe would kill you if they got the chance. Right? So there's no giant plan in the universe. Again, it's a victimless crime, I think, for most people. But to a lot of people, I think Bill's case here with somebody who's using that to guide their whole life, it's essentially abdicating responsibility for your characteristics.
Thank you. That's exactly what it is.
I mean, so it's like, if that's how you're going to go, God bless.
Okay,
good luck, but it's not going to make for a good relationship with someone like Bill.
And I tried to come to terms with it, and they kept pushing it on me. And so that's why I'm so anti and so passionate against it. And I also don't like that they get to be passionate for it, but I can't be passionate about what I believe in.
Now here's exactly what I was just about to say to you. You are on record as being someone who says a lot. Why can't I just believe the things? Why do I have to like it? Why can't I just be the way I am? That's who I am. That's the way that I am. Why can't you accept that?
And part of who I am is someone that is against things like that. I'm against religion. I'm against things that can't be proven.
Do you see how that's inherently hypocritical?
No,
you can't say
it's not hypocritical.
I'm allowed to not believe it, but you cannot believe it. You can't do that.
But when I give you evidence, if you believe it.
When I give you evidence and you just go, well, that's not important to me. Okay. That's what bothers me. When you go, okay, here's all these examples of how it's been disproven or just shown to be kind of a farce. and they go, blah,
But when it comes down to
and they shrug it off. That's what bothers me.
When it comes down to it, when those people tell you, this is something I care about, let me care about this. This is something I like that interests me.
But then
Why
they keep
can't
telling
I
me about it, and I ask them not to do that.
I agree with you when you're pushing it on other people. That I totally agree with.
That's all I'm saying. As long as you're not making life difficult for another person, you
Believe
can
whatever you want.
Believe in the antler god for all I care, right? Go ahead.
And I think it does something to our society too, where we keep and that's why people aren't wearing a mask, because they think they know more than people that have studied.
That's always going to be it. People are always going to be
this feeds
idiots.
into that.
Not every anti-masker is into astrology.
No, but I'm
you
saying
take his point.
the anti-intellectualism.
Yeah, people who put faith in things that might be fun, but if it's a way of life, you're wasting your time because they're not modalities for how a scientific world works. So they have a place there, just like anything else, like music or like, it can be a hobby or an affinity.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're using it to guide your life,
and you're using it to defraud other people, that's also something I have a huge problem with.
When you say I don't like that person because they're a Scorpio?
Well, that, and then when they say like, oh, I have a higher understanding of astrology, so give me your money and I'll help you figure out what the universe is trying to tell you. Stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, there's always going to be people you can take advantage of.
Yeah, but again, a problem I have.
Evangelicals selling silver pills. You know what I mean?
But again,
but I think that's more on the individual. That's a snake. A snake's a snake. Like they're going to try and take money from people any way they can.
Right, but when they're taking money from someone that I care about because they're buying into that situation, that's when I have a problem. And I say, hey, you're buying into this situation. You're giving money to this person that is selling you a bill of goods. I have a problem with that.
But there's nothing you can do about it.
Well, that's why I will try to explain to them my beliefs on the situation and why they should stop, why they should educate themselves and maybe let their beliefs evolve past the astrology and form into something more based in logic and in science.
Let me ask you this. Astrology for you is largely for entertainment purposes only?
Fun, yeah.
Yeah. You're not putting you're like, well, I can't go out today. It says
No.
Right.
Not like that. But there's like little things in my life that I think you guys have chalked up to coincidence. Where I've mentioned this before. This is usually my go-to. But like three of my most successful relationships were with Libras. And I'm like, okay, their birthdays were within 2 days of each other, all three of the guys. And you guys are like, that's a coincidence. And
well,
I'm
then
like,
let me ask you this.
I get anecdotal evidence or whatever. But
why'd you put anecdotal evidence in air quotes?
Because I don't like it when you say it.
It's literally anecdotal evidence. It is literally. It's like when people go, science. I go, yeah, no, it's actual science. You don't put science in air quotes.
Whatever, it's evidence.
But if you dated a Libra and it went horribly wrong, would that be the anomaly, or would the three good ones be the anomaly to you?
The anomaly would be it going wrong because it's outnumbered.
Okay, I'm just asking.
3 right, 1 wrong.
Okay.
There's less wrong.
What if you had 3 right and 3 wrong, all 6 Libras?
I need a 7th.
A tiebreaker.
You're born in September. Get over here.
But it's also the time of the year when most people are born because, and that's just like a statistic.
Is that true?
Yeah.
In September?
September and
what
October.
The most common birthday, I had it down somewhere. The most common.
7th.
Is that what it is?
What is it?
Mine's the 8th.
Yeah.
September 7th.
Most common birthday in the U.S. I had down is September the 9th.
Somewhere around there.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Okay. Because there's a lot of people that get pregnant around the holidays.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Baby boom. Yeah, well, okay.
Are you okay? I don't want to needle you because I know you're already worked up. Are you willing to admit that you're a little bit hypocritical in this situation? Because you are
but
very much.
How am I hypocritical when I'm basing stuff based on things that are proven versus them believing in something that can be disproven?
You and I have had fights to the tears where you say, this is just how I am. If you can't accept me for how I am, this is just who I am and the way that I believe, and I'm not going to change it. So I don't think it's fair for you to do that to other people.
But
that's all.
The things that I believe will change based on new evidence.
But they can't. But you don't accept them for who they are right now. They say, this is who I am. This is what I'm into.
I accept them for who they are.
But
what I don't accept is when you're given evidence and you just dismiss it.
But it's only evidence to you. If they don't see it as
evidence
real,
to the scientific community. This is the reason my dad and I hardly talk.
Yeah.
Is because he doesn't believe in climate change, and he uses these straw man theories to go, oh, this is why it's this way. And I go, that's not accurate.
But to him, it is. So you can't argue. I get what you're saying.
Even if it is to him, it's not okay to me to say that something is that way when it is not.
It's just as effective for you to quote science to someone like your dad is just as effective for him to quote the Bible to you. You don't believe in the source, so why would you take any interest in what he has to say? He doesn't believe in the source that you're quoting. So to him, that's not real.
But his source is something that is not proven versus the source that I'm using has been proven. And if there's when they bring new evidence into science, they go, okay, we've added to this and we will change course.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas when you present that to a religious person or someone that believes in astrology, they disregard it. And that's the problem that I have.
Disregarding of scientific evidence.
It depends on if you believe in objective truths. And there are people who don't believe in objective truths. They think it's all malleable. It's all based on your perception.
Right.
I don't believe that. The atomic number of silver is 47. That is an objective truth.
Okay.
That is a scientific fact.
2 + 2 is 4.
Yes.
Objective truth.
Objective truth.
Okay.
Now, granted, people will go, well, that's just because that's the value we assign those numbers and those shapes.
Right.
And I go, yes, of course, okay, but it's also, every time you put 2 and 2 together, you're going to get 4.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way around that.
Yeah.
Now, somebody said, Alan, Mary doesn't like people selling silver pills. How does she feel about free miracle water?
Ooh.
Is it the selling they have a problem with? Would you take some free miracle water?
I would take free miracle water. Actually, yes.
I think I would too, frankly.
All right, but you got to give them French fries.
Yeah.
Oh, no. No shot. I got to stick with the fries, man.
By the way, if you can find a Happy's Pizza, Bill, and I know it's a chain, but they have fries and pizza.
You know what? They do, and I've gotten it before.
When we lived in Ohio City, we would go to Happy's.
Yeah, I like Happy's.
A place in my hometown I won't mention because it makes people mad.
It makes person mad.
They had JoJo's, which are just fat French fries, the thick cut.
Yeah,
I know JoJo's.
Oh, we talked about those. I've never heard of those before.
I think that's more.
Do we have some guy call in that works for the JoJo advisory
Sputnik
board?
or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah.
But I think those are a little bit more common when it's because it's like an
Pizza
Italian
place,
restaurant, like pizza place, but they specialize in pizza.
Those are wedges, though,
They're
right?
potato wedges, yeah.
Right.
Still good.
Seasoned, sometimes they're not like
It's hard to mess up a potato.
coated.
Yeah, some of them
What's
are.
the word I'm thinking of?
What's the
Thunking
word
of?
I'm thinking of? It's not thunk.
I don't.
Where it's like lightly breaded in flour, so it gives it like almost like a skin. They're real good.
Okay, hey, hello, who's this? Hello, who's this?
Adam.
Hey, Adam, what's going on?
Hello, Adam. Hey, so I think we know. I think I can figure out what Bill's issue is here. Bill, what's your sign?
He's a Pisces.
Bill Engvall.
Yeah. Okay, so Bill's a Pisces, and it says right here that any Pisces with the name Bill who has a podcast is a poopy head. So
it's in the stars, Bill.
It's in the stars. All right.
It's in the stars. Poopy head in the stars.
It's fine.
That's the issue here.
You're the first person to explain it to me in a way that makes sense.
The only thing I like about Cancer, which is my zodiac sign, is that the symbol is a 69, man.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a crab.
Cancer was a crab.
Yeah, but the symbol
is
a 6 and a 9. Just the way I like it. But yeah, crab.
I think it's overrated, but I'll still say nice.
Overrated.
I know we got to go to a break, but I'm in that boat with you. I had to have that discussion.
That 69 is overrated?
I'm like, can we just take turns? You not?
Man,
no, we got to do this at the same time.
I could live there.
I don't like it. I'm
Love
not
it.
focused. I can only focus on one at a time.
You got to multitask, man.
But do you agree that a little bit of your focus is lost? You can't fully focus on enjoying what's being done to you because you're focused on giving pleasure as well.
I'm less concerned about myself in any situation like that.
I would say let's take our turns. Everybody be selfish for a minute, and we'll move on.
Yeah, that's because you're a Capricorn.
But I'm a busybody. I like to be working when somebody else is working too.
I guess.
I don't lay there. I mean,
enjoy it.
Look, yeah, it's fine. I can
enjoy it for a little
I can
bit.
enjoy
like
it
6,
the
9,
other
6.
way too. Huh?
696.
What is that?
Back to the trouble conversation.
Don't ask. 696. Okay, I've got to take another break here. If you want to get a text in 35192. If you want to get us on the phone 216-578-1007 or 1007. mostly deaf woman, mostly blind woman who just turned 102 and recovered from the coronavirus for the second time. This woman she was born during the Spanish flu pandemic.
What's her sign?
October. What is October, Mary?
Scorpio.
Mostly.
Or Libra,
There's
right?
yeah.
Or Leo or something.
There's like half and half.
Well, all I know is that my mom's birthday is November 8th, and she always said she was a Scorpio.
Yes. I'm November 25th, and I'm a Sagittarius. I think that it's like the 21st is the cutoff for that.
Well, Angelina Friedman just turned 102. She lives in New York State. She was born during the Spanish flu pandemic. Her mother died during childbirth. She was on a passenger ship bringing immigrants from Italy to New York City. She's nearly deaf. She's lost most of her vision, and she has outlived her husband and 10 siblings.
Jeez.
And she just beat coronavirus. Put that anywhere.
Okay.
She just beat coronavirus for the second time. Her
Can I
mom
just say something here?
Yes.
I don't want anyone to take this the wrong way.
That's always a good way to start a conversation.
Didn't she just kind of like waste a survival on COVID?
Waste a survival?
Didn't she waste a survival? You mean if you're pretty much deaf and blind, it's time to go?
In 100?
I'm just saying, if anyone was going to go, she had a long life.
But her surviving doesn't mean someone else can't. It's not like she took it away.
It's not a zero-sum game. I mean, she's,
Let's say that they did.
Let's completely change the reality of the situation. Okay,
Who would
well,
go? Who would
right.
you choose to go? Someone who can like see and
Yeah, but this is also somebody
contribute
who's,
to society.
You might survive it, but it's kicking your ass along the way, too. So she could be dead next week. It's like these guys who do 2 tours in Iraq and then they get killed in a bar fight. I mean, so her daughter said first time around, she said she didn't really have much. She only had a 10-day fever. That sounds like a lot.
10 days is a long time to have a fever.
And then shortly before her 102nd birthday, she was diagnosed with it again. Said she had a much harder time then. But now she's doing fine and she's up and running around. But she said the woman is nearly deaf and has lost most of her vision.
People know nothing. People are talking about, once I get it, you can't get it again. Like, I'm immune.
Well, they said
People
that early
believe that.
on. I think they learned relatively quickly that wasn't true.
There's still people that believe that, though. They're
that.
still
Well,
like,
that's not-
I already had it, so I got the antibodies, so I can't get it again.
It's not true.
I've heard that within, like, the past couple of weeks.
Okay,
Because
well,
they
that's
feel
not
drawn
true.
to like go out and party.
Yeah, but those are always the people that then they do get sick again and they go, I guess it's real. Like, I guess it sucks that that's what has to happen for you to... That's the story that these healthcare professionals say. These people that come in and they're deathly ill and they're like, I guess it wasn't a joke. I better late than never. Anybody seen the video of the girl whose grandmother left her a voicemail because she accidentally sent her a nude?
No. That's awesome.
Her
though.
grandmother accidentally sent her a nude of herself.
How old is Granny?
Don't know, but the girl put it on TikTok playing the voicemail. When grandma sends you her nude by accident. Here, let me reload this here.
That's funny.
Well, we don't know what kind of grandmother.
This is your grandmother. I apologize so much. I sent you pictures. I pushed your name by mistake. I meant to send it to my friend Brian Allen. Please delete that picture from your group. Please, grandma, baby. Grandma, when I looked up at my thing and I seen that, I felt so bad. I was sending it to Brian Allen, but your grandmother don't.
Poor Brian Allen.
Brian Allen, she's calling this guy out repeatedly.
Poor Brian Allen was hoping to get a nice picture and got nothing. And now he's like, man, she left me on red.
Why she got to call me out?
Because they're prostitute grandmas. If you could, they'll buy you an ice cream cone. Prostitute grandmas. But give them a 20 and they'll play with your bone. Prostitute grandmas. They're always sad because they're almost dead. Prostitute grandmas. They're good in the kitchen, even better in bed.
So she put that on there, and she's
I
gotten...
wish she would have said, but check out my OnlyFans.
Right. Only grams.
Like,
baby,
she should capitalize off of this now that it's gone viral.
Well, my question, I mean, there's some hot, like 60 people in their 60s who take care of themselves and work out still and stuff. So we don't know what our grandma's packing.
Right, but even if
years
she's
ago
a hot
about-
grandma, it's your grandma.
It's your grandmother.
Now, if I'm a
No
female
one.
and
I
I'm
would
seeing
absolutely
my
not want a
grandmother-
nude from my grandmother because she's been dead for 3 years.
Is it weird if it's woman to woman? I wouldn't be as weird about it if it was my grandma and I'd like feel like I'd build her up. I'd be like, hell yeah, Granny, look at you. Look at that. Look at that
Confident.
sexy little body. You know what I mean?
That is one way
That's
to
true.
approach
Yeah, I
it.
guess
There's nothing wrong with that.
Between like two women, I don't think I would be appalled if my grandfather sent me a
Right.
D pic, but I don't know how men would feel if you got one from your
Well,
grandpa.
first off, it's completely unfathomable to me that a grandparent would be sending nude photos of any
I
kind
love that. I
to
think that's
someone
awesome.
else. Good for her.
Good for her, yeah. I think that's how
Alan,
you
don't
have to
remember that story
approach
we
it.
talked about with that 80-year-old was still like laying 20-year-olds that just got out of college.
Yeah, it's Rick.
Yeah.
No, it was a female.
Old
and it was
ladies.
like a fetish for these guys to like sleep with this 80-year-old lady.
Yeah, that's
And she
where
was
gilf
like,
porn
oh,
comes from.
Mm-hmm.
Come over here and help your grandma.
I mean, that's a different level of porn grossness. Listen, I can almost understand if your stepmom gets caught in the dryer.
Right.
She gets caught
Under a table.
Gets caught
or
under a table.
Fixing a chair. Yeah, I get it.
But when you walk in the room and grandma starts chatting you up, and then little by little, she's like, oh, these girls don't know what they've got. You're so nice. Let grandma help. Let grandma help. You're my mother's mother.
That's real gross.
Stepmom, you can at least get your head around that. This isn't step grandma. This is grandma. Let grandma help you. Invariably, since it is porno land, your grandmother also has giant dirigible-sized breasts. Aren't a lot of grandmas walking around like that, but okay.
Bolt-ons that are sliding down the wall.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, super tan, crepey, kind of,
Ugh.
still got the belly
I've had
stud.
these implants since the 60s.
Yeah.
These were the first breast implants.
No, that's the bad part is they look new. She's old.
The boobs look new.
That's
But the
right.
boobs
Yeah.
are new, yeah.
Yeah, those are brand new.
Yeah, like I'm sure Dolly Parton gets tune up every now and then.
You think so?
Oh yeah. She's not rocking the same breast implants from the 60s.
Well,
or
no,
70s,
you're not.
whatever they
You're
were.
not supposed to have them
Yeah.
in for that long.
Right,
So
even
in a
she's got-
decade, you got to get them.
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
How do you afford that?
If you're
Dolly
Dolly
Parton,
Parton,
she's
you got a lot of
pretty,
money.
Yeah.
You got that
Well, I'm not talking
Dollywood
about
money.
Dolly Parton, but like I know a lot of bitches that got like their boobs done, and they have to get a tune-up every 10 years or 5
You
years.
can get really sick from it.
You can. There's more
It's like
attention being paid to women who say that their implants make them sick. Like it's not. They're trying to get it some kind of recognized condition because for a long time doctors were like that's not a thing. But you heard more and more and more women as the procedures gotten more prevalent.
So more of like a I just don't feel good, like your body feels off all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems to fit into one of those categories of like a series of things that aren't easily definable. But these
Mhm.
women are like, look, I'm telling you, something's weird. You're not, they tell you, I don't know if it's changed over the years, but back in the day, they were like, around the 8 or 9 year mark, you got to get them tuned up or you
Mhm.
got to get them something. Those things aren't meant to be in your body for 20 years.
Yeah.
There's also a clip going around the people saying that Rudy Giuliani farted in the middle of his.
I like him.
We played the clip yesterday of what's her name, Melissa Sharon, the kooky lady, Capone Sharon, whatever. The kooky lady that was sitting there with Giuliani at the Michigan State Legislature talking about. What did she sound like, Mary?
The poll book is off by 100,000. It's probably more dead people are voting. And honestly, if we're to talk about it, we shouldn't have even been in this predicament right now.
That's right.
Because he did win. So what about it?
What'd you do with that travel ticket?
What'd you do with your airplane ticket, your travel bus? Where you go on vacation for?
Yeah, Melissa Caron. I'm saying she was a
Caron.
contract worker for Dominion Voting Systems.
The poll book is completely off.
Off
That
by
poll-
30,000?
I'd say that poll book is off by over 100,000. Why don't you look at the registered voters on there?
My question then is if the
Guess how many? Wait, what about the turnout rate? 120%.
Let's let Representative Johnson ask his question.
My question is why we're not seeing the poll book off by 30,000 votes. That's not the
What
case.
did you guys do? Take it and do something crazy to it?
You do something crazy to it or what?
So they also say that Rudy Giuliani farted.
What a mess to be in
Rudy
that
made
room.
a pootie.
Well, I'll play it for you and you tell. Because sometimes they go ha ha, but it was somebody shifting in a leather chair.
The answer that I gave you is they didn't bother to interview a single witness. Just like you, they don't want to know the truth. Well, you probably know the truth.
That's fake.
Play it again.
It's from it's live audio, just a clip of live audio from the testimony.
Oh, I thought somebody doctored it up.
No.
No.
No,
Okay.
I wouldn't play you something doctored.
I don't know.
They're saying, hey, did Giuliani fart? And I think one of the legislators from Michigan that was posing the question at the time tweeted, I'm pretty sure that was a real fart. This is where we are now at the state and federal level.
Oh,
You have legislators on Twitter going, yeah, I think he farted.
The answer that I gave you is they didn't bother to interview a single witness. Just like you, they don't want to know the truth. Well,
I mean, it sounds legit.
It was something.
That's probably the most
That's a quick
legitimate.
one.
That's probably the most legitimate thing that's come out of Rudy Giuliani in a long time. Is that fart?
I gave you is they didn't bother to interview a single witness. Just like you, they don't want to know the truth. Well, you probably know the truth.
But boy, that must be a very sensitive mic. And those mics always kind of sound tinny, when they're in front of them, and because they don't have like a mic on them, they're just speaking into the mic, and so
that's the only thing that would make me think it might not be his fart.
Oh, someone else's. You think there was a second farter?
Somebody else could have been mic'd up and farted.
Oh.
Yeah.
I see.
Or like when they have all those mics are hot when they're talking, right?
And even hotter when they're being farted on.
Yeah. So
The poll book is completely off. I'd say that poll book is off by over 100,000. Why don't you look at the registered voters on there?
My question then is if the
Guess how many? Wait, what about the turnout rate? 120%.
Let's let Representative Johnson ask his question.
My question is why we're not seeing the poll book off by 30,000 votes.
Oh, it's so stupid. Hello, who's this?
Hello?
Hello, who's this?
Hello.
Danny? Is that someone? All right. Hello?
Yeah, you're on the air, Danny. What's going on?
Okay. Oh, yeah. So, regarding if you want a little boob education, implant education, because I have them being a trans woman.
All right.
So, they can last. Like my doctor, I had them done at the Cleveland Clinic. My doctor says he's had people have them in for like 30, 40 years, and they're perfectly fine. And it's just they fall perfectly fine. He said it's more about what you want to do. If you want them to look different or look better, or it has nothing to. It just depends on how good the surgeon is. Like structurally speaking.
Well, listen, I'm sure that there are outliers that have no issues in them, but I would be surprised. I don't know that those were meant to be in your body for 3 or 4 decades, is my point.
Well, like what you mean, like study scientifically wise, like allergic reaction?
Well,
like
not an immediate allergic reaction, because that would be something different. But I mean, it seems like more and more women who have them over the years, you get to 10, 15 years down the road, and they're starting to report a lot of, indefinable maladies and ailments and things that they are saying have to do.
So I mean, it all like depends. Like there are people who have them and they have no problems, and like a lot of people have them for long times. Like 20 years is not unheard of by any means.
No, I know. I've never heard of 30 and 40, unless he was just being hyperbolic.
Oh, yeah, like my doctor told me he had people who've had them like from like when they were 40 years old up until they were like 80 years old, and they didn't want anything changed to them until they were like, I want them out because there's no point anymore.
I would think there would be no point way before 80.
Well,
I mean,
people
listen,
do it, and people do it apparently. People do weird things.
Now, what kind of mileage are you hoping to get out of yours?
I don't know. I have no idea how long. Like, I mean, preferably if they stay this good looking, I would keep them until they stay this way. Like if they started like changing and stuff, it all depends on like under the muscle and over the muscle.
How big did you go?
Like if I have I got 300 cc's, so I have like a border DC.
Wow.
A full C.
And you like boobs, don't you?
Yeah.
Because you're into girls.
Who, me? Yeah, I do like boobs. Like every once in a while. Yeah, every once in a while I'll just like wake up and I'll be like, yeah.
Hell yeah, dude.
You might as well get your money's worth out of them. I mean,
that's awesome.
Like I'll like grab them and I'll be like, this is what life's about.
This is teats right
Life's
here. Yeah.
about.
All right.
awesome.
Thank you, Danny.
No problem.
Mr. Boob, that's me. B-double-O-B, Boob.
Just wake up and grab them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I didn't know if that was a thing to be like attracted to your own body parts. Like I like D and I like my D, but like I'm not sexually attracted to my D. That would be weird. But
Well, I don't know if she's sexually attracted to them, but I mean, it would be, I think after a while, after you got them, you're trying to get used to the whole thing. You know what I mean? Like you're literally kind of you're in the body you want to be in, but it's not the one you've had for a long time. So you're kind of still getting the lay of the land, I guess, as it were. Tootie Giuliani, somebody called him. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Or Pootie.
The answer that I gave you is they didn't bother to interview a single witness. Just like you, they don't want to know the truth.
He didn't
you
skip
probably
a
know
beat.
the truth.
No.
Booty Giuliani.
Now, is there video of this of him like cupping it and like throwing it in like one of the judges' faces?
Cup of cheese! Cup of cheese! No, I didn't see that. But the clip
Rudy
is going
Giuliani's
around.
body runs away from him.
Says what? His
I said
body runs away from him?
Just his hair
He has the dye coming down. He takes his D out when the girl is in the room. No part of Rudy Giuliani's body wants to be attached.
Yeah.
The answer that I gave you is they didn't bother to interview a single witness.
A single witness.
Does he kind of breathe weird there? Does he like? Does he put? Play it again.
The answer.
Point of order.
The answer that I gave you is they didn't bother to interview a single witness. Just
Little
like
pause.
Well, Jenna Ellis, who's the supposed constitutional law professor who apparently has never studied the Constitution, was sitting next to him, and when that happened, she kind of jerked her head over too. Now that could be coincidence, or she wanted to see if she should suppress a laugh. Even if this person was a colleague and even if they were a friend, he's still an old man. And old people farts like, when your grandparent would get up to walk across the room and they would just fart because they don't have the control over their things the way that they used to. Things aren't as tight as they used to be. It would be difficult to suppress laughter. I know I'm immature, but it would be very difficult for me, even a professional colleague, like to suppress your laugh.
The answer that I gave you is they didn't bother to interview a single witness. Just like you, they don't want to know the truth.
They don't want to know the truth about my flatulence.
His butthole's testifying.
Let me take a break. If you want to get a text in 35192, you can hit us up at AlanCoxShow.com, and we'll be back.
It's the
iHeart radio station.
Available everywhere with our free iHeart Radio app. Now #1 for podcasting.
You know where you were when the Golden State Killer was arrested. You're a moderator on the Zodiac Killer subreddit. But now you're in search of a new challenge. Enter Solve, the hit podcast that puts you at the center of the investigation. Solve is like no other murder mystery podcast. You'll track down killers hiding in plain sight.
You all right?
Yeah, it's just disturbing. Have you ever seen anything like this before?
Not like this.
To listen to Solve, download the free iHeartRadio app or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, the Alan Cox Show is back. Take your beer off your smart device and tell it to play 100.7 WMMS on iHeartRadio.
Stop. Poundcake's collaboration with the great Frank Black. Oldie but a goodie. I think that's going to show up on the Pixies box set. I swept that announcement from under Poundcake, by the way. He was going to make it. He was very proud. But I stole it from him. Sorry, Cody.
That's okay. You the boss.
The Bill Squire Friday Get Down, by the way, if you're a fan of that, you don't even have to wait a full hour, because that's how we know that the weekend is officially underway. It's courtesy of Cleveland Whiskey, and it only happens on Fridays. And I'll tell you, one of the biggest uphill battles I've had here on the show since we started doing the Friday Get Down is people texting me on Monday and saying, hey, can't wait to check into the show on Friday right around 6:10. And I go, well, I'd like you to listen the rest of the week, too. We put a lot of work into the show. And they go, I'm here for the get downs. And I go, well, all right. I mean, you know, we'll be there. But Alan, can Poundcake expound more on why it would be weird to be sexually attracted to yourself? I don't think you do think that's weird. You said you want to run into your own arms on the beach.
I didn't say yourself. I said if I had a penis and
and you do.
Are we finding things out about you?
No. I'm saying to be sexually attracted to your penis. You like penis and you have a penis and you're like, wow. Do you get aroused by looking at yourself get aroused?
Oh. Is that a rhetorical question or
Schrodinger's boner?
Wouldn't that happen?
I mean,
if you were attracted to your own penis?
Some people like to do what they do in a mirror. I mean, I'm not one of those.
To yourself, then?
Am I attracted to myself?
But if you do it in a mirror, are you Jack? I stopped myself. Are you doing it to yourself?
I think you can. I think
sure.
There's people that are into that, and wasn't that an episode of Seinfeld where she's dating a guy that was gay, and it didn't work out because she's like, hey, when you got what you already want there, why would you go anywhere else?
They own the equipment.
Yeah.
When I only have access to the equipment a couple hours a week, right. So she couldn't get him to switch teams.
Right.
Yeah.
The next morning I can't for the life of me remember what I did with it.
But being in love with yourself is a totally different thing.
Well, being in love with yourself is a completely different thing. You're right.
Run across the beach into my own arms.
But
swing me around. Buy me an ice cream cone.
Buy you an ice cream cone.
Yeah, I'm like, sweetie, you deserve it. I'm like, big side no.
Wow.
Give me your card.
Yeah, I would want nothing to do with myself in that way. I would not. Alan, what happened to the Pogo Stick Challenge? People are asking me.
Cody has the sickness.
Yeah, that's the problem. I was planning on doing it the last live show of the year, which is going to be the 16th. The Poundcake's at home. Huh?
If I get my test and my results in time,
you ain't coming back here. No, I ain't coming back here.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
We got 9 shows.
Okay.
I think you'd be happy you don't have to drive to work. You do both
What do
your
you mean?
jobs, huh? I would think you'd be happy to just not have to drive into work.
Yes, that is one perk, but
Yeah.
I do enjoy being in the station.
Mm.
Yes, I'm working home from both jobs.
Yeah. Well, maybe Mary and I will do it. I don't know.
Let's do it.
Bill will fill in for Poundcake.
Yeah. I'm going to win.
I will just do Papa Shot. Which I found out the actual high score of Papa Shot today. The people that run their Twitter or Instagram account were messaging me, and they told me the all-time high on a Papa Shot machine is 232.
Wow, the people who run the Papa Shot Instagram hit you up?
Well, they share my stuff all the time.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, because I'm always hitting high scores, and they're,
What? There's a company that makes Papa Shot, or is that
it's
one
called
thing?
Papa Shot, yeah.
Right, but I mean, like, is that part of a company's portfolio, or are they the company that makes Papa
They're
Shots?
just a company. I think it's just a small company. I think they're in Nebraska or something like that.
But that's like their trademarked product?
Yep.
Okay.
Which is why we had to change the name of the event that we were doing last year to Bill Squire's Basketball Shootout Challenge.
That's right. Because you couldn't use
Papa Shot.
Right. Oh, God. I forgot about that. We're at the Clevelander. And it was all snowy. Didn't we shoot a bunch of crap at Poundcake?
Well, that was a different thing.
Oh.
Last year I was doing like a promotion with Bud Light, and we did like some paninis, and we were giving away a trip to the Final Four, and then it got shut down because of something that's happening this year.
Right.
Yeah.
But what the last time I was at doing a thing at the Clevelander?
Yeah, we did that for the opening
Cavs thing or whatever.
Yeah. That was 2019. Yeah.
Well, listen, Cavs season is beginning again in a week or so. Next Saturday, I think.
Their first preseason game.
Yeah, first game is next Saturday, the 12th. Cavaliers. Seems like they just stopped playing.
Well, the Cavs haven't played since March.
Well, I know. I mean, I guess professional basketball is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, the NBA wrapped up in October, so they had a pretty quick turnaround.
Right. Well,
they're trying to get back on schedule, though.
Something to look forward to. I mentioned that I'm watching this show called The Flight Attendant. It's Kaylee Cuoco, and it's on HBO Max. Which, for the love of God, would you just put HBO Max on Roku?
They're working on it. They're so close.
What's the... I don't know why a platform as big as Roku didn't already have HBO Max figured out in their deal with whatever.
Because
anything I want to watch on HBO Max, I got to watch on my phone.
Let me tell you a little trick. You update your Roku.
Yeah.
Go in to settings and do an update, and then you can cast your screen. You can do like a screen share, like an AirPlay to your Roku now.
You mean like screen mirroring? I don't want to do that. I mean, like when you're FaceTiming with somebody on your television?
No, like, I mean, it just plays you play it, start playing it on your phone, and then you AirPlay it to your TV.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Do I have to do? Well, okay, I'll figure it out.
Yeah. You have to update the Roku though.
Well, I just got a brand new one, so it's probably updated.
Yeah.
But anyway, The Flight Attendant's Kaylee Cuoco, and it was a book that a guy wrote that she optioned for a television show. It's 5 or 6 episodes. I haven't gotten through the whole thing, but it's real good so far. She's like this party girl flight attendant who has a one-night stand with this rich dude, wakes up, he's murdered next to her in bed, and then she's got to
that's kind of cool.
figure out what's going on. Yeah, but it's like obviously a departure for her, if you pardon the pun, from doing Big Bang Theory and all that stuff. It's real good. But I was also reading about this girl who is a flight attendant for British Airways, and they're trying to figure out, based on a number of reports that they've gotten, they're trying to find out if she is also a hooker. They're trying to figure out whether or not she has been offering sexual services between flights. She's based out of Heathrow. And so...
Why do they care?
Well, it probably goes against some company policy if she's...
If she's there to serve the drinks and buckle the seatbelts, I feel like she's allowed to do what she wants on her own time.
That's how she meets clients.
Well, yeah, they
Serve
don't...
the drinks and then up against the sink.
She's not doing it on the plane. Well, maybe
you don't know that.
Yeah, they said they're investigating whether this woman is selling sex and her undergarments during and in between flights, because she's been posting things on social media. Because again, in 2020, I guess people either don't care or don't think that anyone can see.
there's nurses getting in trouble for this all the time. Teachers where they have an OnlyFans, but they'll be like at work and they'll be like, oh, here's a quick little one while I'm at work, and they'll like flash their
Yeah, you're gonna
panties or
get
something like
found
that.
out.
Busted.
You're gonna get found out.
But then they get the story, and the story becomes huge, and then people go, well, I want to see that, and they join their own OnlyFans. So it's actually good marketing.
I see. Getting fired's a good move.
As long as you go viral.
Yeah.
It can backfire.
Right.
So she had been posting photos of her in suggestive poses on the plane. For $33, a passenger can be the new owner of some of her underwear. And then if they give her $66, that's a securing fee where a prospective client can meet her at a hotel. So they're trying to figure out if this is all something. All of her social media accounts apparently have been deleted since the story got out. But now British Airways is looking into it. And I'd be like, boy, this has got to be probably... This can't be the only woman doing something like this. Clearly she got caught. Yeah. Stewardesses who make no money. Mm-hmm. And, you're trying to pad your income. A little revenue stream, as it were.
People are going to get sick of me referencing The Sopranos, but that was a thing that the Icelandic Airways was doing, right? Where they every time they come to town, all the like Swedish and Icelandic women would come and be, party with Tony and the guys.
Right.
Yeah. So I think this is a common thing. And I think it's been going on for a while. She just put it on her social, and that's what's getting her in trouble.
She didn't think it through.
Yeah.
You know what, though?
Clip from The Sopranos. Yeah. Bork, bork, bork. Bork, bork, bork.
I think that being a flight attendant, it's probably that's a great business for what she's doing. She's like, these guys are traveling all the time or whatever, and it's not like they're out on business, so they're not going home to their wife. It's not like they have to take it with them or anything like that.
They've got a new crop of people. Yeah.
She's meeting hundreds of people a day.
Going to the employee lounge or like the silver lounge or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And be like, hey, who's here looking for a time?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about a layover.
Number one radio show.
Did you see what I did, Bill? Oh my goodness.
I'm in awe of what you did.
That is the bee's knees.
And you know what, Alan? It comes with no baggage.
Cleveland's number 2 favorite comedian, according to Cleveland Scene Magazine. Take that, Mike Polk Jr.
Yeah. Plenty of landing strips.
Number 3.
Rule of 3.
Rule of 3. Mm-hmm. Get YouTube TV, somebody says. Boy, I had YouTube
it's like
TV.
$60 a month.
It is now. I had it when it was like 20, and I go, well, I'll check it out and I'll see. But I have so many other streamers. I'm like, there's not really that much on there that I can't get elsewhere. And then they jacked it up to like $70. I'm like, you
it's
insane?
Not cheap.
It's not that great when there's so many other options.
I got it early in the Brown season, I think, to watch the first game. I did like the 3-day trial. And then on like the 3rd day, I was like, oh man, I think I need to go cancel that. And I was like, oh my God, like dodge that bullet for it to be so expensive.
I think that was the lure on those were games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what it is. They have all sporting events. So I'm like, I do want it for that.
Those.
Not $60 a month worth.
No, because once you cut the cord, you end up spending so much money on other streamers. You're like, I'm paying about what I was for cable.
Right.
And then a lot of these cable companies now are doing deals with the streaming services where they're like, hey, if you get AT&T Uverse, you get HBO Max for free because they're owned by the same company. So
yeah, but then you get blacked out of your local channels. Like you can't get Channel 3 right now because they're pissing match with DirecTV and AT&T.
It's so annoying.
It's so weird. It's
so
like,
annoying.
Like I love AMC, right? I don't watch Walking Dead anymore, but like Better Call Saul's on AMC. There's good shows on AMC. I think Killing Eve is on there. But you'll have these shows that are on other streamers. So I'm like, if I can get it over here, because the AMC app, you can only get it if you have a cable provider.
Yeah.
So they're like, what's your cable provider? I'm like, don't have one.
Yeah.
So then you got to go looking for those shows elsewhere, and you can usually find them. So it's like, Obviously,
I don't wait longer. Like they put Better Call Saul all on Netflix eventually, but you have to wait. It's like always like a season behind.
Yeah. So whatever, first world problems, but you know.
And then I have all these streaming services, and I'm like, I just want to watch live things. I watch or I don't even want to watch TV at all. Like I haven't watched. Like the only thing I've been watching lately is Sopranos when my girlfriend's over, and if she's not over, I'll turn on something sometimes. But sometimes I'll just put on music and play Papa Shot for 4 or 5 hours a night.
4 or 5 hours a night.
Yeah.
Dude.
See, that's how you get to be one of the greats. 4 or 5 hours a night.
I've been digging really into my Sudoku books. Like I have one that I bought at the Denver airport, and it is thick. It probably has 200 or 300 puzzles in it, and it's like a really, really hard one. So when I sit down to do it, no, I love it though. Like
536.
Stop it.
It's really thick.
No, it's a really hard.
Really
one.
hard to do it when I sit down to do it.
Yeah, there's a lot there. Yeah.
There was a lot there. Whatever. They take me, on average, like 45 minutes to finish one of these puzzles. So there'll be times where I only do like 3 in a night, but if I get home from work, I'm like, well, it's time for bed.
But these are math puzzles, yeah?
They're not math puzzles.
They're just numbers.
But it's not math. You're not adding or subtracting
numbers
or anything.
are math.
No, it's not math. It's
Try
a
doing
puzzle.
math without numbers, Mary.
It's okay. Yes, math uses numbers, but not all numbers are math.
You got to get, what is it? You got to get them to equal 27?
No. There's no math. You just need the numbers 1 through 9 in each box, square, or each square, row, and column. Nothing adds, nothing like that. You just need to put them in the right places so that
and I'm aware
nothing overlaps.
I'm aware that Sudoku, at least was, it sounds like it might not be as crazy popular as it was. People are still doing it.
Mm-hmm.
But boy, that does not sound like an exciting game to the level where people are just addicted to Sudoku.
It's literally just a puzzle. The numbers hang people up so much, but you're not doing any math. There's no addition, subtraction, nothing like that. You just need to get numbers 1 through 9 in each square, column, and row without repeating.
I get it,
That's
but
it.
that doesn't sound fun to me either.
It's a brain game. That's all. I enjoy it. And so I got my time now. So they normally take me like 45 minutes, but the last couple of days I've been doing it. And I'm down to almost like 30 minutes for one. And that
30 minutes?
They're
That's the
hard.
Sudoku people.
They're hard.
Is there one central Sudoku
community
championship or something?
You know
Community.
What? Yes,
she's on the Sudoku subreddit.
So, yesterday I looked up videos because I was really stuck on this one puzzle. So I looked up tips, how, just strategy to solve it. And this one guy on his YouTube channel, it was he was the top crossword puzzle solver in the world, and he was Britain's best Sudoku artist. It was wild, the accolades that this guy had on his YouTube channel. But I didn't like his tips, so I didn't take them.
Huh.
I can keep going if you want me to keep nerding out on
No, I was clicking through the other night. I have Hulu with live TV. I was clicking through, and I caught an episode of that Sudoku Think You Can Dance. That
yes.
Was
you have to do the steps 1 through 9 in each column square.
You do them hard on a Friday.
That's right. I don't have much time left. I got to purge. You do the Paso Doble and then try to do that thing.
Yeah. Just as difficult.
Alan, mainline flight attendants make a very good living. Is that a heroin? My ex-wife was making $65,000. Okay. I mean, good. I know that they're not updating those stewardess ranks very often. I mean, they must make enough still to, have fun wherever you go. But I mean, I've known a series of flight attendants in my adult career, and boy, I couldn't believe how little they were making. Like, how do you even live? When I was a lifeguard at a pool, Alan, I remember a puzzle that took me over 4 hours to solve. Just putting numbers in a grid.
Well, there's different levels of it.
Yeah, there's big grids.
No, it's the same size grid.
What?
They're all the same size every
they're all
time.
the same size.
Okay, well,
but
I don't know.
they're just, some are more difficult. They don't give you as many numbers to start with. So you kind of got to figure. It's all about deductive reasoning.
Yeah.
It's just looking at what you have and trying to get to what you need.
Well, I'm glad you
I
enjoy
like that.
That's a very logical thing.
Yes.
You look at it and you're like, okay, so I have a 7 in this row, I have a 7 in this column, but I need one in this square. I can't put it here because there's, you know what I mean? It's just, it's basically a process of elimination.
Process of elimination. Well, maybe I'll try them.
Start on easy,
All
but
right.
yes. Maybe Santa will bring you a Sudoku book.
Oh, Santa. Right. Can I use inductive reasoning on a Sudoku puzzle?
You can use conductive reasoning.
Hey, now you got me. Okay, let me take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192. The Bill Squire Friday Get Down is straight ahead of you as well. You can watch at AlanCoxShow.com if you're there, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7.
you guys doing here?
He's just scratching his own itch.
I got it.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
(216-578-1007) to join us live, or 800-348-1007. 35192. Send me a text. If you listen to the show from out of state, tell me where on iHeartRadio. Paul is brand new in Ann Arbor. Tom listens out in Andover, Ohio. Kayla is in Duxbury, Vermont. Wendy is one of our many bureau chiefs in the St. Louis metropolitan area. I was reminded of a band from St. Louis. I don't even know if they're still around, but they were around when I was in college in the early 90s. And I don't know, but it was probably my favorite band name of all time. This band from St. Louis. They were called the Well Hungarians. And I was thinking of them, and I don't know if they're still around. They might not even be the only band. They can't possibly be the only band to ever use that name. But regionally, they would come through and play Chicago a lot because there's only so many places you're going to play. In St. Louis, you do shows all throughout the Midwest. They may have come to Ohio at some point prior to my tenure here. But I was thinking of them when I was reading the story of Josef Sayer, who resigned as a member of the European Parliament. This is a guy with a jet black dyed beard, glasses. He was a Hungarian politician, vehemently anti-gay. He's one of these guys.
And then what happened?
They saw him crawling through a window trying to get out of a 25-man orgy as the cops busted it. I mean, if you were to look at this guy, you'd go, oh, there's no way that guy's straight, overcompensating. Yeah. Viktor Orban is the guy, by the way, who runs Hungary. Viktor Orban is a modern example of a guy who took a relatively democratic country and brought it entirely under essentially dictatorial rule. Orban's one of those guys that Trump desperately wishes he could be, right? And so this guy was one of his boys. He just said that he was at a private party and he didn't have any splaining to do. But there was a 25-man orgy in Brussels. The police busted in, found him and 24 other naked men. I just like the visual image of him trying to climb out the window. Yeah.
That's got to be overwhelming.
Well, the initial story, I just saw that this guy was caught in an orgy. I'm like, what's the matter with that? And it was like, oh, he's very anti-gay, which you know what that always means. Means they're hiding something.
Yeah.
Regular people, they don't care, right?
Yeah, if you can't get out of the closet, you're not going to get through the window.
You're not going to. Police found 25 naked men at the gathering. The newspaper quoted a local police source as saying, "We interrupted a gangbang." Well, I got to start reading Hungarian papers. That's a great police quote. Maybe there's something lost in translation. I don't know.
Thing is, it was 24 men, one bottom.
But boy, was he tired. Yeah. So tired. Yeah, they've been working hard to make sure that LGBTQ rights are pretty much crushed in Hungary for like the last 10 years. And this guy was kind of leading the charge on that. He climbed out of a first-floor window and was spotted fleeing along the gutter.
A first-floor window?
Yeah.
Why would he need to be on a gutter in the first floor?
I assume gutter might be their word for like maybe there's like a, I don't know what Hungary looks like. I mean, a gutter... like on the ground, maybe like where rainwater would go into, or
maybe.
Yeah, not a house.
You got pinched. That's the thing. Haha, that's funny.
People called there were complaints about nighttime disturbances.
Well, a 25-man orgy is not a quiet thing.
No, they also found narcotics in his bag. Because listen, man, if you're gonna go to a
poppers.
An orgy, you got to have all kinds of stuff. You're going to have lube and rope and,
edibles.
Yeah.
You know, that was one of my biggest fears when I was like, if I get famous and paparazzi approaches me on the street, I'm afraid I'm going to trip, and whatever bag I have is just going to spill my poppers and my lube and condoms all over the ground.
Well, fortunately, you're not a government official, and it's not illegal.
But it would just be embarrassing.
Yeah. A passerby reported to the police that he had seen a man fleeing, and that passerby was able to identify this guy was one of these government officials, and they said that his hands were bloody.
Oh, no.
I imagine that's from the getaway.
I hope so.
I think he punched the window and then had to
maybe.
I hope so.
He scraped his hand on the gutter and got all bloody. Or maybe,
what if his lower half was bloody?
I don't know.
Oh, a smattering.
Yeah.
Blah.
Boy, you never want a smattering. You want it to be full on. And his response was, "I deeply regret violating the COVID restrictions." Well, that's how you get.
Good point.
That's how you get people to get mad at you for that and forget about the gay stuff.
He was doing two things.
Right.
But one thing he shouldn't be ashamed of, and the other thing he should.
Well, I saw that North Korea executed a dude for violating COVID protocols or something.
Like in the streets?
I don't know. Kim Jong-un, he's way into doing whatever he wants to do. But I had no idea that country was so serious about the coronavirus.
They've been serious about it since before it was even happening.
Really?
Yeah.
North Korea?
Yeah, I mean, they've been on lockdown for
I was going to say, I see.
time.
I was going to say, this is a guy who he's looking for reasons to kill people, but he ordered 2 people executed as part of efforts to guard against the coronavirus. Boy, that's one way to do it. But the guy climbing out the window, running in the street, he's got a big bushy beard, buck naked.
Now, here's my theory. This obviously isn't the first time he's doing this, right? Because you don't go to a 25-person orgy your first time.
Yeah, that's not your first move.
Right. So this is probably something he's been doing for a while.
Yeah, I don't think he goes 0 to 25.
That's got to be so overwhelming. You're a newbie and you're just like, oh my God, so much blood.
But you're like, you're like in a candy store too. Like, oh my God.
Just touch all of it? It's all mine?
Could you do an orgy? I mean, forget for a second that you are the Mary Santora.
Oh my God.
All right? Is there any part of you where you go, okay, I could, given a certain set of parameters.
A sex party.
I could, do that. You think you could do that or no?
I think it would have to be very specific. Like, I'd never see the people again. Like, everybody's there for that reason.
So you wouldn't do it in Berea, your hometown?
I would not do it in my hometown.
I don't think there's a lot of
Berea.
casual people just showing up to an orgy. They're just like, oh, we're just here. Like, I like the spread.
No. I mean,
the
like
food spread.
I mean, like, I feel like it would have to be. I don't know. I'm not going to rule it out.
Okay. Because I always think there's a difference between guys and girls at orgies beyond the obvious reasons. Men, I think, would probably have some performance anxiety.
Yeah.
Women, they don't really, God bless you, but you don't really have much to do there. People are going to want to have sex with you.
Yeah, but you also don't want to get dry up halfway through, or you know what I mean? Like, you want to bring something
they brought
to the
the
table.
pump, man. They got the big gallon thing of lube.
And they probably have like bowls of Viagra there and whatever. Yeah. But you'd have to have your parameters in place
Rules
too.
Set, yeah.
Yeah.
Clean. Everyone has to have negative tests across the board.
Yeah, no COVID.
No COVID. No
Well,
nothing.
I'm thinking completely separate from
I mean,
COVID
that's what
times.
I mean. I wouldn't walk into a random orgy if it was like, "Hey, here's 10 people."
Yeah, you're not
everybody's
last minute
clean.
going to an orgy. You're
right.
Like, I just got word that there's an orgy going on. I'm gonna head on over.
Right.
I was gonna say I don't know if there are random orgies.
It would be random for me.
I see.
What, Cody?
Like if you got a Facebook invite.
Yeah. Interested.
One of the orgies I remember was the orgy during the gay games, and the athletes from all over the world stayed on Akron's campus.
Oh, man.
So I partook in that, and it just happened to be the night that Robin Williams committed suicide. So I'm in the middle of like having fun, and someone opens their phone. They're like, "Oh my God!" And I'm like, "What? The feds? I'm like, what's going on?"
The feds. You know the feds go in there.
Nothing illegal about an orgy, right? In America.
No, nothing's illegal. But
Okay.
we were in a hotel, and it was like I didn't know these people. They could have had drugs. I don't know.
Huh.
Yeah, I guess.
But I was like, oh, Robin Williams. Great. Okay, now let's get back.
What are my orgy parameters?
My
Everyone has to be clean. That's the biggest one, I think. No STDs is a pretty big
As
one.
opposed to the ones like, I don't really care, just pass it all
Or
around.
if people don't check, if they're just like, yeah, show up, whatever, cool.
Everyone's clean.
Everyone's clean.
Everyone leaves when I
respectful.
say they leave. That's my biggest one. Is like when I'm done, I'm done.
And yeah, come and go as you please.
No, go when I say. I don't want people just hanging out after the orgy, being like, you know,
Do you got chips or?
Yeah, a drink. No, beat it.
That's the thing, though. If you talk to people who go to orgies, like they have food there and they have long tables.
You get hungry.
Right, like other people are having sex on a greasy mattress next to you, and you're eating like baked ziti or something.
Yeah.
That would be weird. I don't even like small plates. I would not eat.
At an orgy,
I would not want to go back out onto the floor with a full stomach.
No. I think you eat when you're done.
When you're done.
It's like on your way out.
Yeah,
like
there's a
grab a
food room
sandwich and head out. You know, there's
But I
muffins
imagine-
by the door.
And it's also
Party sub.
Like, there's gonna be like rounds of it too, where you're like, all right, I did it first round. Now we get some food, carb up, get back in there.
right.
do
You got a
some
carbo
more.
load.
Yeah.
I think less than 10 people.
He had a huge carbo load while he was in there. Al, don't forget, in Europe, the first floor is the floor above the ground floor, what we would call the second floor. There you go.
Okay.
So that's why he was bleeding.
Europe.
Europe. Hungary. Right.
And
Well,
all
you know.
men would do orgies. Is that what we're coming to?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Because I think there's situations. I don't know.
Tiny pee men wouldn't.
If there's
No,
only
that's not a
other
thing.
tiny
No one
pee-pee
cares.
men there.
You said no one cares, Cody?
No, because there's something for everybody.
I guess that's true.
Usually those tiny PP men are people that, use their mouth or they like to watch.
Oh, that's true.
Tiny
I-
pee-pee men.
I forgot about people who just want to watch. Who they're
Yeah,
they're
they
just
go
there to
and
just here to look.
that's their thing.
Just browsing.
Well, I like how this guy, he's a politician in Hungary. But this happened in Brussels. So this guy got on a plane. He's like, I ain't doing this in my hometown. Right? He got on a plane, went to Belgium. So that's no random orgy. You planned for this.
Oh yeah. You got a ticket, everything.
That's right. You bought a travel ticket.
Flight
what that lady
ticket.
called a flight ticket. Do you get your, why do they do your flight ticket?
Do something crazy with it.
It's your
What
flight
are you doing?
ticket?
Brussels
The pull
sprouts?
book is completely off.
Off by
That pull-
30,000?
I'd say that poll book is off by over 100,000. Why don't you look at the registered voters on there?
My question then is if the
Guess how many? Wait, what about the turnout rate? 120%.
Let's let Representative Johnson ask his question.
my question is why we're not seeing the poll book off by 30,000 votes. That's not the
What
case.
did you guys do? Take it and do something crazy to it?
Did you do something crazy to it? Crazy poll book watchers. Boy, good for her.
You want to change gears in a completely different direction? Because I went to Magic of Lights last night.
Hey.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good time.
It's a great time.
Wait, I mean, this year you can't walk around.
You drive through.
Yeah, you drive through.
I've gone before and I've never walked around.
Oh, you haven't?
No, every time
Yeah,
I've gone like drive through.
We
I
always
saw
go.
Alan there last time I went.
Right, because it was like the first night of vacation or something.
Yep.
That was a couple years ago, wasn't it? Or was that last year? You were with your
hell if
old
I know.
roommate. Yeah, I think it was a couple years ago because I had like a full beard But yeah, we would go like with other parent couples of ours, and so you're not going to keep those kids in the car.
Yeah.
They'll get out and run around and
That's
whatever.
fine. But yeah, you can stay in the car. But I think they still have like a gift shop or something if you want to, and they have restrooms. But we stayed in the car. We took the dog. We listened to Christmas music. We had Santa hats on. We were all in.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun. A lot of
And everyone had fun?
Yeah, it's just me and my girlfriend, and my dog, and I think the dog has fun.
Just
all the
being
time.
alive and
Yeah.
being out there. And
Guys.
But it was a good time. We got to go real slow and take our time through it. I still want to do the thing where I get a limo bus and party my way through it.
Oh yeah, there you
Just
go.
drinking
That'd be
and
fun.
getting high.
Yeah, take an edible or something.
Yeah.
Do a shot every time you see a certain thing, like every time there's a Christmas tree.
Every time there's a Christmas
Or
tree,
Santa
and
hat.
then in
11
15
Pipers
minutes you're
piping.
dead.
11 Pipers piping.
Well, that was a funny thing too. That was our favorite part, was going through. There's one where it's the 12 days of Christmas, and we couldn't remember what they were based on what the visuals were.
Oh, you couldn't even figure it out from the visuals?
Yes, because like there's one. It's the.
You're like, those are lords a leaping.
Those maids of milking. What are they doing?
Well, like the maids of milking was an easier one, but there's some that you just kind of couldn't quite wrap your head around, and you couldn't remember. And it was the what?
Piper's piping.
Chickens in Paris is what I was saying. I'm
What?
like, why are there 3 chickens in Paris? And it's 3 hens and
No.
Geese laying?
No. It's number 3.
See,
you guys don't remember either.
Geese a laying.
3 French hens.
3 French hens. That's what it
3
is.
chickens in Paris.
And that's what I saw. I'm like, what are 3 chickens in Paris? 3 French hens.
Because they just had a bird in the
French
Eiffel
hens,
Tower.
turtle doves, yeah.
It's like a rebus. You're
Yeah.
trying to put it together. 2 turtle doves,
And a
3
bargain.
chickens in Paris. That's pretty good.
It was a good time.
Changing
But
gears again, are you guys gonna watch the Wendy Williams documentary?
It's
Or
not a
the
documentary.
biopic?
It's a lifetime
too.
biopic on her. No, I'm
There's
not going to
2.
watch. Huh?
She has a documentary before the movie, and
Well, the
then,
thing you sent us was for the dramatized version,
You're not
right?
gonna watch it?
No.
I honestly don't have an interest.
Because
in
you
that.
know why? I would watch it if she were playing herself. Because she's such a dramatic-looking woman. And to get some woman, I know that if you're casting a movie about real people, you always make them hotter. You know, like the only exception I can think of, and obviously Julia Roberts is super hot, but Erin Brockovich in real life is a good-looking woman.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So they didn't go crazy off the reservation, but you know they'll have some. They're going to make a movie about me. Who's going to play you? Brad Pitt. You're like, dude.
Come on.
So this woman that they got to play Wendy Williams, like, I think the hair is doing all the acting, but she doesn't look anything like Wendy Williams. Bill sent us the photo. Wendy Williams looks
good.
like E.T. in a wig.
I laughed so hard when I saw that.
Because that's what she looks like. When Drew Barrymore is trying to hide her.
Could they make
in
this,
Grandmother's Pearls?
I would like to have written and directed this and make it all based around the moment where she was dressed as the Statue of Liberty and fell down.
Yeah.
And like make that like the beginning.
Right.
And then like
You revisit it.
yeah, you revisit it and like everything building up to that, and that's
Yeah, like
the only part of the movie. Like
Private
forgo all
Part-
her success and just make that the focus.
Private Parts opens with him coming down as Fart Man,
Yeah.
and then you go back and hear either what led up to that. Yeah, have her faint, dressed as the Statue of Liberty, like she's on the corner during tax season. Huh. Well, no, I'm not going to watch that because I don't care about Wendy Williams. But the dramatized version of it looks funny to me. So you said that they're preceding that with a documentary on her?
Mm-hmm. She has 2. She has a lifetime documentary about like her radio career.
Yep.
And her making it as a talk show host.
Yep.
And then the actual biopic is based pretty much off her bum ass husband cheating on her, having a baby, and
Right.
It's juicy. It's Lifetime television
Okay.
for women.
Well, because they're like media mogul. I'm like, really? I mean,
Yeah,
she makes
the
good
queen of
money.
all media.
Well, she calls herself that. I mean, she makes good money doing that show. But like, does she have a? I assume she got a production company and all that crap, right? Her
Wendy Williams
husband.
Productions.
Oh yeah, okay. But what other shows does she produce?
The something O'Connor, Jerry O'Connor show.
Jerry O'Connell.
Jerry O'Connell, yeah.
Oh, she does. She produces that show.
Yeah, and she's done like Lifetime movie shows.
Okay.
She produces like the Married for Murder or something like that on Oxygen. Or
I
what
mean,
used to be Oxygen, I
from
guess.
they pay her $10 million a year to do that show.
It's wild.
Through everything else that she does, she only makes another $5 million. So that's a lot of money.
That's
Well,
a lot.
listen, that's
pretty
a
good.
lot of money. But I mean, if you get most of your money from the show, but then you're busting your ass doing like books and commercials and all, and that, you know,
appearances.
yeah,
Yeah, but that's still a lot of money.
it is a lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
She makes $55,000 per episode.
It says she's worth like $60 million.
Yeah, 40 is what this says. Yeah, listen, good for her. I think that she has. Again, she's not scratching my itch. I don't get it, but I get that a lot of people dig it, and you know, they timing's everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
Timing's everything.
Speaking of,
hey, it's time to get the weekend officially underway, Bill.
Let's do it.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Everybody have a drink on me. Hey, hey, everybody drink on me. Brother Leslie, how?
All right, in honor of the late, great Murray Saul here at WMMS, the Bill Squire Friday Get Down is brought to you by Cleveland Whiskey. Go to clevelandwhiskey.com to figure out where you can get it. Are you ready, William?
Let's do it.
It's Friday! The holidays are coming, and this year you gotta stay away from people, but you can get some Cleveland whiskey, and then next year you can get together with 24 or 25 of your favorite people and have yourself a good time. Butt plugger, butt plugger, butt plugger! It's Friday!
I think you broke a nail on that one.
Yeah.
Christmas bourbon is here. Brand new from Cleveland Whiskey. They also got that Wheat Penny 1958 bourbon. You can find out all about it. You can, of course, buy it in Ohio. You can buy it if you listen to us in Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and North Carolina. So you want to find a place near you that sells Cleveland Whiskey, you can go to clevelandwhiskey.com. Let me break. If you want to get the last word in, shoot me a text, 35192.
The Alan
Book your free consultation at nphm.com.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
An iHeartRadio station.
Available everywhere with our free iHeartRadio app. Now #1 for podcasting.
The iHeartRadio elves are at it again.
Oh!
iHeart Christmas Radio is better than ever. 100% Christmas favorites, commercial free. iHeart Christmas Radio can go anywhere you go with the iHeartRadio app. But this year, listen at home through your smart speakers.
Hello.
Just tell Alexa to play iHeart Christmas Radio on iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio, #1 for music, radio, and podcasting, all in one app.
iHeartRadio.
Now back to the Alan Cox Show.
They're all coming back.
Ask Alexa. Okay, Google. You can even ask Mary.
Hey. No, what is it?
Whatever smart device you have, just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Okay, we got to go. Thanks for hanging out, gang. Thanks for the calls and the texts and the whatevs. What do you got coming up, William?
A new episode of the Bill Squire Show is available now on the iHeartRadio app. You can also get it on YouTube if you like the visual aspect of it. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel, The Bill Squire Show, and then follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Bill Squire.
Mary Santora off to do some shows.
Yes, recording my first album this weekend at Hilarities. You guys come on down. It's, they're doing everything with the safety precautions and social distancing and the new HVAC system. It's super, super safe. So one show tonight at 8:15, 2 shows Saturday, 2 shows Sunday, both at 5 and 7:30.